Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and we got a bunch of stories to get into today, y'all. So be sure to wipe your feet. Coming in the House of Revolution, that's hitting the like button for y'all who view the program later. Let's be sure to put this in the algorithm. Subscribe to the platform for those of y'all who not subscribe to the platform. Let's run this channel up. We do need to get over 1,000 subscribers and unlock this channel. So we got to get back to these hidden tunnels, y'all. I know y'all done heard about it. I brought some of the information on that yesterday about these hidden tunnels under the synagogue in New York. Very suspicious, very suspicious. We're going to listen to different people tell their story about it, but do not let them brush over you. Oh, revolutionary salute. This is a serious story, and what could have been happening is very serious about this story. So let's dig into this. We're talking about the hidden tunnels under the synagogue.
Well, if you had on your 2024 bingo card hidden Jewish tunnels under New York City, then you are winning at life because you just nailed it. This is really, I have to think, the most bizarre story I've heard in a very long time. But I think it could potentially, we don't know yet, it could really have potentially really troubling pieces of the story as they come out here. And we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions about this story. First, some context. What you're seeing here, notice the people in the middle of your screen who are hiding there in underground caves in New York City, which have been busted wide open and are now being filled with cement as a result of discovering these really damaging and
I'm going to give y'all another piece of the puzzle before we get started. We are dealing with two different sects of the so-called Jewish individuals. These are the super Orthodox. They're anti-Zionists. You see, these same people been in the streets talking about they don't like Israel. They don't like Israel. Down with Israel. These individuals right here. But then you have, and it's a reason the story leaking because the Zionists, they don't like these type of individuals. They say they give them a bad name. They say throughout history, historically, these individuals allegedly been up to some very shady things that's been giving them a bad rep. Revolutionary salute, Queen. So do understand that the word on the street, the revolutionary street is, the Zionists are purposely getting these people targeted and busting their small-time operation. You see, what's going on here is a small operation that they won't see. Look, these is the bad guys. It wasn't never us.
Hidden caverns underneath the city of New York. Late yesterday afternoon, a wild riot broke out inside a New York City synagogue in Brooklyn. Police had to be called in. Why? Look at these secret, they're coming out of the ground. And a riot breaks out as a result of it. Construction workers showed up. This is when the riot started. So construction workers showed up and started trying to pour cement into these hidden tunnel systems. And
now
a
lot of people are questioning, why would the construction workers show up and then immediately start trying to pour cement? Wait a minute. You don't want to know what was going on in these tunnels up under the city? You don't want to know what these guys was doing in these tunnels, what they could have been doing, what type of trafficking? You know, we can't say too much on here. YouTube will go nuts. They will go crazy if you talk about what could have been going on in here. But it's more and more looking like that was what was going on here.
Orthodox Jewish members had built. It's illegal, and you're not allowed to live underneath. Look at that police officer. He holding up a taser. He's like, you guys got to get back. They're trying to fight the fact that they're now going to uncover what's perhaps in these tunnels. Is it just people? Is it just...
Look, those guys have been living underground, y'all, doing some very savory things under there. Nobody knew. They busted now. Somebody dropped a dime on them. I'm hearing that the city came out to handle some electrical business, and it was the city who discovered this. Man, what's going on? Something in the wall, something under the ground. The city got to wait a minute. And then somebody from the synagogue allegedly called to say, oh, these young guys, they've been doing too much. I think they dug something. Get over it. Trying to act like they want to help and cooperate, but this has been going on for far too long. But what have these guys been doing living underground?
They're using it to traverse the area?
I was wondering if it was like, I don't know if you know this, but in a lot of those Jewish communities, they will tie a rope from one house to the other because they're not allowed to leave their house on the Sabbath. But they're thinking is the rope is attached. It's not technically leaving their house because it's still part of it. So maybe they were trying to attach these tunnels so that it was like it was still connected to their home so they could leave on the Sabbath.
Maybe that's, and if that's what they're saying. Also, the Daily Mail was saying, well, no, they built these tunnels so they could sneak into the synagogue during COVID lockdowns. But that doesn't make any sense because we now know that these tunnels were constructed about 6 months ago. So it has nothing to do with COVID, has nothing to do with lockdowns, trying to sneak into a synagogue because you're that devout. Like that's how the Daily Mail was trying to portray the story. They're so devout.
The media tried to act like they were such devout religious zealots that they would even build something underground to get in there during COVID. People done their work. No. These people ain't had just under that ground doing no COVID. What's really going on here?
Just built tunnels. They had to get to the synagogue. They had to get there.
It's pretty terrifying when how many stories did we see last year of buildings collapsing,
right?
Apartment buildings collapsing. Like, I don't think that's safe.
Just imagine that.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's.
Just imagine you in your house and you start hearing noise. And you're like, dang, man, boy, that's good dinner, boy. That's some good smoke. I got to stop this. No, you actually, the voices you hearing ain't that good smoke. It's people under you. It's people under your house. They have a whole tunnel network under your goddamn house.
Safe either, but we do know. Well, I mean, there's so many things we don't know right now. Why were they building these tunnels? The dispute. So, okay, the New York City Police Department was called in because these construction workers showed up. Like, who called the construction workers? That's what I'd like to know. Number one, who called the construction workers to show up in the first place? And were they filling in cement on the streets? Because on the streets, you could actually see some of the caves. You could actually see some of the tunnels from the streets. So is the city like trying to do some routine maintenance when they uncovered this? Like, what the hell is going on here? So then as you make those, we got the videos here.
Videos of people, of walking on the sidewalks of New York, and you can see holes and see down into what appears to be tunnels.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And then of course you see the individuals coming out of the holes in the ground out on the streets under hidden entranceways that were being hidden by newspaper holders, where you get the free daily circular or whatever. So they're sliding them out of the way over a grate that has a hole cut in it, and they're climbing down into the holes. There you go. Look at that. It's an example of one of them. It's hidden behind this like newspaper bin that's there. It's insane. It's really bizarre. And then, so members of the Shabbat Lubavitch have been digging tunnels under the synagogue at 770 Eastern Parkway in the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn. And they've been doing this for many, many months. Now, the website forward.com is coming forward and reporting that it was designed to reach an abandoned woman's mikvah or ritual baths. Now, this is according to forward.com. The website.
It's some very vile and underhanded things have been tied to those baths that they're talking about. It's very disgusting. People have been locked up. Very disgusting things have been tied to that.
Said the tunnel had been dug to expand the synagogue, although it was unclear how they would actually do that by expanding the synagogue under the ground. The tunnels were discovered back in December, and then the synagogue's leaders called in a structural engineer then to assess the damage of it. And then the cement mixers arrived to try to fill in these tunnels. And then that's when a lot of these young Orthodox Jewish men reacted, started ripping away the wooden walls. And then when they started ripping away the wooden walls, you started to discover some really troubling things behind the walls. We take a look at some of as you're seeing the footage here, but what's behind the walls is really bizarre. Like this high chair, like a children's high.
Now, this is going all over the internet. One of the pictures that a police officer, good officer, that's a good cop, he released because he didn't like what he found underground in these tunnels. Why is there baby chairs underground in these tunnels? Ain't supposed to be no babies in them tunnels. What y'all doing with them baby chairs? Baby chairs hold babies. But what the hell are they doing under there? What's going on here?
High chairs in back in these rooms, these soiled children's mattresses.
What is that's evidence? Where y'all taking the evidence? We need to get some things. What is that blood? What is that? What is that stain on the children's mattresses right there? Now, because of YouTube, you really can't, talk about all of the historical things that have come along with religious zealots like these. So when you see a baby chair under there, baby chairs, and then find this, you like, whoa, wait a goddamn minute.
Oh. A lot of people. So again, we have a lot of questions. We don't know, why are there children's mattresses hidden in these tunnels? Soiled children's mattresses. Why are there children's high chairs in these tunnels? We don't know. We sure would like answers, though, and I hope there's an investigation. Vice News, though, many years ago did an investigation, and this goes back. So when we talk about this, these child rape assembly lines, as the Vice News article had covered this back in 20.
Now, I'm glad he could talk about it, because I can't. When you hear about this story, that's what you need to be thinking about. Certain things we gotta, respect the YouTube community guidelines. I'm not saying it, but the child, the R word right there, assembly line, and the alleged trafficking is what is being looked. Is what's really people is thinking is going on here, because it fits into what has been going on with specific individuals.
Let's see the byline on that. 2013, the child rape assembly line. And a rabbi at the time walked in on one of these bathhouses and saw the absolute unbelievable, disgusting, horrible stuff that was happening to these children in these bathhouses, and blew the lid on it. And of course, then there was a number of arrests in Brooklyn and a number of arrests throughout New Jersey. So I don't know if you guys remember the corruption and the arrests that happened in New Jersey, but it also swept into Brooklyn. So here's a news report from 2009, just to light a fire in your brain. And I don't know that these tunnels now today are in any way related to that. But when you find children's mattresses and you find high chairs, one has to wonder. Here's the news report from 2009. Take a look.
These were arrests on a massive scale. Amongst those taken into custody by the FBI were city mayors, politicians and religious leaders. The authorities needed buses to cope with the sheer scale of the operation.
New Jersey's corruption problem is one of the worst, if not the worst, in the nation. Corruption is not only pervasive, it has become ingrained in New Jersey's political culture.
It's thought that religious charities controlled by prominent rabbis were used to launder cash. The arrests were part of a 10-year operation that uncovered money laundering on an international scale, as well as corruption and the sale of human organs in the US, Switzerland and Israel.
The sale of
hold on.
Human organs.
Now, that when you think about what we just found in that tunnel, baby hot chairs. Baby hot chairs not supposed to be in a tunnel underground with a bunch of Jewish guys, but okay. Sawed children's mattresses. Looked like it was some stains on them. Could been. Y'all seen it with that blood? What was that on the mattresses? And then you hear about they've already been arresting individuals from this type of extremist organization for some very disgusting things. You see what's going on here? They could have just what's going on in Israel. That wouldn't look too good, splashed all over the goddamn newspaper. So right now they just saying, "Oh, hey, nothing to see here." Oh, it's a bunch to see here. What the hell was going on?
The sale of human organs, people. That was a France 24 piece. And I remember it clearly because it was all over New Jersey news when that happened. The sale of human organs.
You know what one difference about that
the
is?
FBI arrested them for that. Like, this isn't like fantasy. They were arrested as a result of that. And she tags that. I mean, she's talking about money laundering, the other thing, and the sale of children's human organs. Go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, one difference of that time right there, we had real journalists back then. We had real journalists exposing that kind of stuff. Could you imagine that probably wouldn't happen today if that was going on?
No, and even actually,
probably is.
Actually, CNN separately did a report on what was happening specifically on the Brooklyn piece of this. Again, this is where the tunnels were discovered. This is where the tunnels were discovered. And so it's a very insular community there. So to get like outside reporting in here is very, very difficult in this community. But CNN, this again, a report from that exact same time talking about this corruption and what was going on in these bathhouses. Listen.
In this Brooklyn enclave, strict rules dictate just about everything the men and women of this Hasidic Jewish community do. It is home to a sect called the Satmars, who are known for being closed off to outsiders. That's why the conviction of a respected member, 54-year-old Nehemiah Weberman, is seen as so significant among sex abuse victims. He was accused of sexually abusing a young girl for over 3 years and was found guilty on 59 counts against him.
I look at this as a new era for the Jewish religious community.
Weberman was hired as a counselor by the girl's parents when she began challenging strict Satmar rules at the age of 12. He denied any abuse. His support from the community was so strong, a fundraiser was held for him that was met with protests. The Brooklyn district attorney charged 4 men in June with trying to bribe the victim, who is now 18, to keep quiet with $500,000. They've pled not guilty. The district attorney praised the woman for her courage in coming forward. This trial also went beyond sex abuse allegations, and it exposed practices of an insular community known for its secrecy. And among them is the use of so-called modesty councils.
It's just kind of common knowledge in the community that these squads exist. You hear about them from when you're very little. They're touted as a means to get people to behave, like you better behave or the Vad Hatznius will come after you. So we all know that they're there. In fact, they almost attain a sort of mystique and a just sort of communal fear.
26-year-old Deborah Feldman grew up in the Satmar community, but broke out as a young adult and wrote the book Unorthodox, a memoir about growing up in Williamsburg.
Ostensibly, what modesty squads are looking for is forbidden music, forbidden books, forbidden magazines, forbidden internet access devices like computers or smartphones. They're looking maybe for love letters or for photographs.
Feldman hopes the verdict will prompt others to speak out about abuse without fear of retaliation. Others in the community remain convinced Weberman is not guilty, and his lawyer plans to appeal.
So again, what's the connection here? There's a long history in this community of this type of abuse. And then when you see soiled children's mattresses and high chairs in these tunnels, and you have a history of this type of abuse and neglect, we would like to know more about it. That's what we're asking here. So hopefully we will get some answers. And now with these 11 arrests of these individuals who were in these tunnels in New York City, hidden in these tunnels, and they were arrested by the NYPD, maybe we will learn something about it. We hope.
Yes. Has it occurred to you to ask this question? Why now do we get this story when the Hasidic community is being so vocal against the anti-Zionist movement, or they are anti-Zionist? So is it convenient timing that they are anti-Zionist and we get this now, right? I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we don't have the answers. I think, there's no coincidences, right? There's absolutely no coincidences at all. And so it's interesting. I mean, we know we know this community, and we know what has happened here with sexual abuse and the sale of organs. and you can look it up on the FBI's freaking website and see what has happened here with these individuals. So I don't know. Philip, go ahead.
Organ harvesting. What was these dudes doing underground? What was they living underground doing? What was that children's chair? What are those children? What that mattress doing now? What's going on down there?
Well, it's something that Lionel Nation said yesterday when he was on the show that really stuck with me, and that was if you're seeing it, if you have the documents, if you have the evidence, it's because they want you to. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, looking at it in that lens, like that's a really good question. Like, why do we know this? Why?
And specifically why now, when there's a growing anti-Zionist movement and the Hasidic Jews are large part of it. Why are we getting this now?
Dude, I'm glad
it is interesting. It is also, we should point out, we don't know what has happened in those tunnels. Just there's we have images of baby high chairs, and we have soiled children's mattresses. But do we know anything beyond that? We don't know. We don't. And so hopefully we'll get some answers, and it'll be interesting to answer that question. And then actually what's going on with these tunnels. Very interesting. Let us know what you think.
That's a good starting. See, a lot of other people is not going to even really get into that high chair, that baby high chair, and the soiled children's mattress that was found down there. That the police see that on the crime scene and then look in your background, it's disgusting. They're gonna be like, "Whoa, wait a minute here. What have you been doing?"
Good morning, everybody.
This video is some satire, but I like because he joking, but he's not.
Is Officer Frank Catalanato of the New York City Police Department, and today I will be addressing the secret Jewish tunnels that were found underneath the Chabad headquarters here in Brooklyn. I have a prepared statement that I will now read for you. On the evening of Monday, January 8, 2024, detectives were called to a building in Crown Heights after receiving multiple reports of secret, clandestine Jewish tunnels beneath the building. Secret basements are generally concerning due to improper building materials or not being up to code. But when it's a secret Jewish basement, that's when alarm bells really ring for us. Upon investigation, it appears that the tunnels were being used to perform blood libels, which for the uninitiated are secret Jewish rituals requiring the blood of Christian children. Our crime scene investigators are now on site and will be collecting any DNA samples and attempting to match them to our database of missing Christian children. We also found a giant trash can labeled used foreskins that was filled nearly to the brim that we believe to be foreskins of infant boys. However, it is unclear if these foreskins were of Jewish origin or not. There is some evidence that they may have been removed by mouth, but we are going to wait for the lab results before moving forward. We also found...
Now, you see what he's doing? He's doing satire about all of the alleged things that's said to have been done historically by some of these type of individuals. He's saying, oh, yeah, that's what they were doing in here.
Found a complete verified list of every person Jeffrey Epstein compromised with sexual blackmail, as well as what appeared to be an alternate JFK assassination video proving Lee Harvey Oswald's innocence. Unfortunately, though, before all these items or any other items were able to be secured, the tunnels were filled with quick-dry cement, thereby destroying all the evidence, which is obviously very unfortunate. I then received this morning a phone call from a clearly distraught and rattled Mayor Adams, who told us that we would not be pressing any charges. And by the nature of his voice, you would think that it would be someone who maybe entire family is being held hostage just due to the rattledness of his composure or whatnot. But he let us know that we will not be pressing charges against the 10 youths, and we did issue them a formal apology. However, we did give them a stern talking to. So that is all in this matter of the secret Jewish tunnels. Not so secret anymore. I will not be taking any further questions.
quickly just play for you this video so you can all say, holy, what the is going on? For those that are listening, the video depicts a Jewish man climbing out of a secret tunnel in the sidewalks of New York City, swatting at the camera, and then running away.
It looks like a skit.
And again, my favorite tweet from this is imagine seeing a Jewish man climb out of an underground tunnel in New York sidewalk, not having your camera to film it, and trying to explain to your friends what you saw without sounding like an anti-Semite.
It's already been a wild year, man. This is insane.
So the story is, there's a secret tunnel built under a New York synagogue. The police show up. Cement trucks come to fill in the tunnel. Soiled mattresses are pulled from this crevice. Young men then rip the walls down, this wood paneling, and break through the wall to try and occupy the space to stop the construction crews from cementing it in. When the police show up, young Jewish men fight the police, and a dozen are arrested. And now everyone is saying, what the is going on with secret Jewish tunnels in New York City?
The Jews are hanging out with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I have a friend
that would be the cool explanation.
That would be the fun one. I have a friend that is a young Jewish man that
everybody is scared to death to really talk about this story. They walking around it. Mainstream media don't really even want to really touch it. This is an explosive goddamn story, but they don't want to because it lends credence to everything people have been saying about certain sects of that goddamn society and what's been going on. Even the evidence they pulled up out the goddamn hole, deep to the tunnel. The baby chairs and baby mattresses, soiled. Come on now.
Lives on Long Island, and he sent me some information about this. Apparently there is a sect of young Jewish men that are considered they're Israelis from a fringe sect of Judaism to come to the U.S. as teenagers to study with little to no supervision. They have
that's a goddamn lie. You see this is them spinning the story. Oh, it's a small sect of fringe guys. That's why we just seen the reporting on. No. Their leaders have been going to prison. The bosses of these groups have been going to prison for a whole slew of different charges: trafficking, pedophilia, child R-word, all that good stuff. Don't blame it on the young. Oh, it just was some young kids, just some harsh play, boys being boys. Nah, hell no.
Have no money, awful living conditions, and no regard for anyone or anything outside of their ridiculous beliefs that essentially amount to treating the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who passed away in the 90s, as a deity. They consider him to be the Messiah and refuse to acknowledge that he is no longer alive. The rumor is that they dug the tunnel so they'd have unrestricted access to the main synagogue here when it's closed, as it was for a bit during COVID. Apparently the Rebbe used to give dollars out every Sunday along with other blessings. People would line up. So he was an icon, and there's a sect of Judaism that thinks he is the Messiah. And apparently they had an underground tunnel because they were fighting the man.
So do you think that's what this is?
Look, when I saw the police coming in, and then these young men start fighting cops, I'm like, zealotry, immediate ideological zealotry.
You see how young men fighting cops. Now, had it been young black men, these people would be okay with them getting killed. You don't resist the police. So, but these young guys, extremists, fought the police, and none of these people is talking about they should have been shot. Law and order, none of that. The police didn't even mace none of them. That's disgusting too. That's disgusting because they know better. Those police officers knew better than the goddamn bruise any of those goddamn children up. That's crazy. Mentally, the police know better. They know who to fuck with. That these kids start fighting them angrily. And then police treat them like babies. That's ridiculous, man. And even everybody report the story got to handle it with kid gloves. That's nonsense, man.
Zealotry. There's 0% chance you save this tunnel once they've discovered it. The idea that a dozen young Jewish men could fight the police off and preserve this was insane. The only reason they would then do it is if
nobody charged. And imagine this too. I'm glad everybody keeps saying the force police. Nobody charged with them charges. Nobody charged with hitting the police, fighting the police. Where are those charges at? Even when some of our misguided young brothers go out there into the Black Lives Matter, some of our young sisters protest and get crazy out there with their little white vigilantes, they get charged with anything. Let a cop slip and fall, they're gonna charge whoever they grab with assaulting a police officer for that tripping and falling. That's nonsense, man. That's nonsense.
If their ideology was stronger than their logic. In their minds, they're thinking, I know we'll lose, but for this reason, we must fight to protect our secret tunnel.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I've got the Wikipedia, the guy that they're talking about that has passed away. His name is Menachem Mendel Schneerson. I swear to God, I'm not making.
That had been one of the Nation of Islam temples, and they had some tunnels up under there, and say Elijah Muhammad was still alive, and the police went there, and one Nation of Islam minister, one Nation of Islam member ran towards, they would have killed them brother in there. They would have shot him down like a dog. If they said, oh, Elijah's still alive, you won't be coming into our mosque. And boy, woo, the story would be different. But it's nothing. They feel like their leader's still alive. Come on now. They ain't no harm. They didn't harm nobody. This is disgusting. I don't give a damn how they feel. How they doing? What are those children's things doing in them tunnels? I don't see no kids. These dudes only look like they like women that have kids. So why they having? I don't see no women in these groups. Never no way. Why I got children's stuff in these deep down in these tunnels?
I'm making this up. I'm going to copy the Wikipedia on the guy.
I got it right here.
Yeah. So
Menachem Mendel Schneerson.
Yeah.
Never.
So he's dead.
Yeah.
But they believe he was what a deity or something.
This particular sect apparently believes that he is the Messiah, and he was well loved by people in the community, and I guess in according to Jews and stuff. But there are people.
The leader of the Chabad Lubavitch movement.
How do the tunnels come into play here, though?
They didn't want to be held down by the man. They wanted to be able to get to synagogue, man.
Oh, this was because of COVID lockdown.
Well, that's what people say. That's what people say, but it's years later now, right? They're still not locked down. So why would people still?
I gotta be honest. If young men built tunnels,
let's kill that lie. The tunnels didn't get built to 6 months ago. Let's kill that COVID lie. It's already been debunked. They did not fucking have no tunnels under the synagogue because they want to be devout Jewish young men, and they had to get to the mosque. They had to get to the synagogue to worship. That's a lie. So let's stop that nonsense. That was one of the lies they came up with. Already been debunked.
Tunnels, so they could go and worship their First Amendment right when the oppressive dictatorship of the state was trying to suppress their constitutional right. That's based.
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
Don't fight cops.
But what are they still doing down there? I guess if you have a cool tunnel, like you still use the cool tunnel, but I don't know if that's the explanation.
They are men.
There's got to be something else. Yeah,
but exactly. there's a very interesting question to be had in this case. What we saw in New York with the shutting down of churches and synagogues was unconstitutional. Judges had ruled
it's white privilege, but also they believe that they are the chosen people. They too scared to say. I don't know what the hell are they doing underground. Nobody got a right to be underground. I don't give a damn what you say, and you wouldn't let nobody else do it because of their religious beliefs. This is nonsense. You see how they got everybody? They want their channels. They don't want to get defunded, deplatformed. You can't even almost go around to the truth. You don't got the right to do no fight the police. This is crazy, man. This story is eye-opening. You don't know what the hell going on around you, man.
Ruled it unconstitutional, and Cuomo said, "Go ahead. I'll just make another executive order and shut these things down." The people who were committing the crimes were the police officers trying to stop people from expressing their First Amendment rights. The Constitution is the law of the land. In which case, these young men who built a tunnel to be able to go into the synagogue to worship when they were being oppressed by the dictatorship, by the communist authorities, they were in the right.
Yes, clearly. I mean, the lockdowns were the most clearly unconstitutional, especially when in the context of people that wanted to go and practice their religion. I personally am not a believer, but it's protected in the Constitution. Clearly, there's no ambiguity about you have the right to assemble and you have the right to practice your religion. There's, I mean, the country can't make, the state can't make laws regarding religion. So clearly they had no authority to do that. And there's been no, nothing's happened since. Nobody lost their jobs. No one got fired, and
let's segue this story about secret Jewish tunnels in the most likely and appropriate direction.
Mm-hmm.
Civil War. So when
now, make sure they sit there and told a lie. We see they want their channels to stay in the algorithm, right? So they got to pretend like, oh, they built the tunnels. They already debunked it, man. They built that shit 6 months ago. It had nothing to do with COVID, man. But these people try to switch the story and tell you, they should be saying, well, why the hell you got them children's hot chairs? Why you got them children mattresses in there? That's what we want to talk about. We don't see no kids. Why the fuck? Which one of y'all been in that children's high chair? Them the questions we should be asking them then.
Y'all, this is a wild story. So as I reported to you all in a previous video, some underground tunnels were found beneath a synagogue in NYC. Now, apparently, these tunnels were first discovered in late December. People in the neighborhood kept complaining that they were hearing these weird sounds. One person said that they kept hearing what seemed to be like construction, but the sounds sounded like they were coming from beneath their home, as if there was some type of construction going on beneath their home. Now, another person said that they kept hearing voices in their house. They would wake up to the sound of voices in their house, and they would look, and there was never anyone there. They started to think that they were going crazy, but no, they weren't crazy. It just turns out there were a bunch of Jewish people apparently digging tunnels, doing Lord knows what underneath their home. Now, the only reason these tunnels were found is because there was this plumbing job. They were doing a lot of works on pipes in the area, and they stumbled across this tunnel, and they found out that it led to the synagogue. Now, the excuse is that these tunnels were built during the lockdowns, if you will, because no one could go to church, no one could go to the synagogue, no one could go here, no one could go there. So they said that they spent the lockdown building tunnels underground to the synagogue. Now, is that true? I don't know. There's other reports out there saying that these tunnels were built within the last 6 months. So I'm not so sure at the time of this recording what's true and what's not. But what we do know for a fact is that there's a tunnel underneath the synagogue, and I have photos of this tunnel right here. Let's go ahead and take a look. I want you all to let me know as you're watching this video. Comment as much as you would want. Let me know what you think as we go through these photos, because, listen, I'm not trying to judge anyone. You know, I'm fine with everyone's religious beliefs. Do your thing. But when I look at these photos, it creeps me out. Were these people...
Yeah, they're not going to get away with this. What did that children's chair? There's no reason they had no children's chair down here, brother. They don't, and that soiled children's mattress. They're not.
People so desperate to go to the synagogue. Were they so desperate to do their religious thing that they built a tunnel because of the crazy lockdown restrictions? Or is there some creepy, weird stuff going on under here? This looks like a very weird, creepy place, right? It's not just me, right? I'm not trying to be judgmental here, but what in the hell is going on down here? I mean, listen, I'm not the most religious guy in the world, all right? I know that there's a lot of religious people watching this video from various different religious backgrounds. Would you go this far to go to church or to go to your place of worship? Like, I would just chill and, like, you know, praise God from home or whatever, you know, deity you believe in. You know what I mean? Like, light a candle or something, an incense, do whatever you got to do. But for the love of God, why are you building are digging underground tunnels beneath people's homes. And now there's a threat that some of these places where this tunnel is built under, there's a threat of collapse, structural damages. But as I look through these photos and, you know, just knowing a lot of the crazy, wild stuff that goes on in the world, this is not a good look. This is not a good look, if you ask me, at all. This looks like something from a horror movie. This looks like some place that you would take, you know, freaking people who you are trafficking. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't look normal. This looks very alarming. And I don't think that's a reach for me to say that. I mean, just think about chilling in your house, making a PB&J sandwich, and you're hearing voices. You think that you're going freaking schizo. You're going to the psychiatrist thinking you need therapy. Maybe you think you need some meds, but no, there's just Jewish people having church. They're going to the synagogue underneath your house in a freaking tunnel, something that you would never think of in your wildest imagination. You know what I mean? Like if you were to go tell someone, there's Jews underneath my house in the secret tunnel, you would be considered anti-Semitic. You would be considered scum of the earth. But this is what is happening, right? I mean, what the hell? And like I said, I am not trying to jump to any conclusions here. I'm just simply giving my honest reaction to these shocking photos of this very shocking homemade underground tunnel beneath a synagogue. And I think it's so crazy because, you know, I've been covering the war over there in Israel, and we've talked about the crazy tunnels that Hamas has built. But we have Hamas building, you know, these crazy tunnels over there in Gaza. And here we have tunnels being built right here in NYC. And it's just creeping me the hell out thinking about mole people. Like, I'm glad that I live in an area where we can't even really have basements. I don't got to worry about people burrowing beneath my house like a freaking mole, but some of you all watching this video, y'all do. So maybe some of y'all ain't crazy. Maybe you just got people, you know, going to church. They're going to the synagogue underneath your house. Maybe that's what's happening. You know what I mean? I don't know. Just all I'm saying, if you think you've been hearing things lately, maybe your house isn't haunted. Maybe there's just, you know, some people burrowing beneath your house, doing whatever they need to do. You know what I mean? It's possible. And this story has shown us that. But I want you all to understand that we aren't even in the middle of week 2 of 2024. And this is where we're at. We got fake stories about aliens in Miami and real stories about underground tunnels in New York City. What these tunnels are being used for is obviously what we need to find out. I know that the chaos that erupted yesterday was because after these tunnels were found, the police came in, like shut it down, and they let them know, hey, we're going to show up and we're going to fill these tunnels with cement. But, you know, the people who I guess were members of that synagogue, or I don't know what you would call them, they showed up in full force. And they were there like fighting the cops like, hell nah. Y'all are not about to shut down this tunnel. They were literally sitting there like eating snacks, drinking Cokes in the tunnel, like F y'all. And we started seeing like Jewish people start popping out of holes. People started getting arrested, straight chaos. Like the whole synagogue looks like it got destroyed inside. And I think it was like around 10 people were arrested. So, I mean, there's a lot going on right now. But as of right now, there's not too much information about what was actually going on here. And I'm wondering if this is a story that's just going to kind of be like, yeah, we found underground tunnels beneath the synagogue, nothing to see here. Because I need further explanation. You know what I mean? You don't just find underground tunnels beneath churches and synagogues and just say, oh, you know, Nothing to see here, folks. Just people building underground tunnels for no apparent reason. No, like, I don't want to hear that. I need further explanation about this story, and I'm hoping that we can find out more answers. The only way to do that is to keep, the foot on the gas and keep asking questions. So I'll probably have another video or two about the situation. But as of right now, let me know what you think about this.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a story that came out about a synagogue in Brooklyn. Boy, Brooklyn has been in the news a lot lately. You know, I did the story on the migrants going door to door, begging for cash, food, and clothing. I did the story on them having cars at a tent shelter. And now this synagogue in Brooklyn where they found tunnels. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not what I'm going to focus on as much as them having an all-out brawl with the police. And I want to put this message out there to those of you that like to come to Black comment sections when a Black man, woman, or child gets killed by the police, NYPD, same one they're dealing with, and y'all come with that message,
family,
comply. Well, here's my message to you. Do not come back in our comment sections telling us to comply. Do not come back in our comment sections telling us to comply.
Now, that should be a main point, that when y'all talking about this story, that you focus on. None of these individuals complied with the police, and they didn't mace them. They definitely didn't shoot them. These people were attacking them, and they treat them like babies, just right, because they knew better in their mind. They didn't give a damn what these guys was doing in there. They're like, hold on, we better not. I don't want to get fired. I don't want to seem like I'm anti-Semitic. You see, they don't know. See, they don't worry about getting fired or seem like they hate blacks or that they racist when they do what they do to us. Right here. What happened to comply with the police? And the police did not react how they react with unarmed young brothers like Trayvon Martin. I mean, not like Trayvon Martin, like our young Black brothers around the country.
When we see no complying from any other group in this country, especially these folks, they're having an all-out brawl with NYPD that I want you to observe in the video that I'm about to show you. When you tell us to comply and you don't have that message for anyone else, that is straight up racism. You sure didn't have that message to comply for January 6th. And I notice you sure don't have this message for this situation either. When they tell you to comply, they are being racist. And they know what policing is rooted in, too. They know it all originated from slavery. All of policing in America is about race. So let's look at this video and you show me during the time when they're brawling that you see complying going on. Don't ever come back in our comment sections with this message. Ever.
How rough they was getting over there with the cops. Look at that. They turning stuff over. Where the mace at? You ain't got no mace? Where your tasers? So y'all don't got tasers no more? You know what I'm saying? Cowards. Look, where the mace? Where the tasers? Oh, it don't work no more. It only work on us. Look at this. This is disgusting what went on under here. Very dark, ritualistic type of stuff. How many of these is all over the country that we don't know about? Do y'all know that it is millions of missing people in America? Hundreds of thousands of missing kids in America? They're missing. Nobody know where they're at, y'all.
Not gonna help. We tried to. And to why you need to expensive things. Not like this. Okay. We don't do that in America.
So just watching that video, it just shows you that when it comes down to policing in America, policing is rooted in racism. These folks were having an all-out brawl with NYPD, and you notice they had nothing but restraint. No shots rung out. You didn't see not one person leave out of there on a gurney. You didn't see the police dogs. You didn't hear the cops say you didn't comply. You didn't hear the cops give them a list of commands. Don't they be screaming commands at us? Where were the commands for these folks? So don't ever let these people try to perpetrate like we all get treated the same when it comes down to policing, and we're just whining. They know they're lying when they say this stuff to you. They know they're not telling you the truth. They know what policing is. You know how you know, ladies and gentlemen? Because when things like this happens, they go silent. Those same people go completely silent. That's how you know they are fully aware of what policing is in America. Because if it was fair all across the board, you would tell everybody, regardless of race, that they should comply. And you don't do that. You don't do that at all. So you comply, people, you will be blocked. Because comply, racism. Comply, racism. Because these folks sure didn't comply. Fists were flying everywhere. And the cops, they know who they can get away with shooting and who they cannot get away with shooting.
Facts.
Even they know.
They didn't even think about it.
That's all I walked away with this video. Look, yeah, they got secret tunnels. They trust me, they got more secrets than just these tunnels, y'all. Okay, don't believe that by any stretch of the imagination. They got way more secrets than just these underground tunnels. And it's amazing how they destroyed this building, making that tunnel. You see what the walls look like in there? And y'all were in there doing lessons and doing your services in some wrecked up looking building that looked like that? That place looks horrible. That's your place of worship? It looks terrible. So anyway, and no, and don't try to come and say it's because of the brawl. No, the way that wall was all torn out, that looks awful. And y'all were in there worshiping like that. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to tell me what you think in the comment section. And yeah, you know, you can easily do trafficking and all kinds of stuff, hide all kinds of things if this is what you wanted to do. So, you know, they're going to come and what, seal it up? Isn't it still going to be there? So y'all going to have to tell me what you think about this video. And it was, even at the end, you see them just walking them calmly out of this place, this synagogue that they worshipped in, and you just see them just calmly walking them to their police vehicles, right? Nobody is going there in a body bag. Nobody even looks injured. They're walking on their own 2 feet. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about this video, please.
Throughout the UFO community. I don't know if you've seen this yet on your feeds or online. This footage was reportedly taken at a U.S. Joint Operations base in Iraq, showing what appears to be this jellyfish flying.
This came across. I just now started paying attention to this. There's a lot of smoke and mirror going on right now. A lot of disinformation taking place right now. They want us to take our eyes off of a lot of different stuff, but there's a lot of apps. There's a lot of stuff that is taking place that they trying to figure out, that they want to unlock the secrets to, so they can rule and have dominion over us. When I seen them talking about this jellyfish shaped, not the Miami incident, but in Iraq, that they are now releasing, you know, it absolutely is a Stargate in Iraq. And some people say that's what the Iraq war was about. Saddam trying to activate that Stargate in the U.S. Some people say when the U.S. said they was going to look for a weapon of mass destruction, that the Stargate was the weapon of mass destruction. They never gave a damn about no nuclear weapons. That's just what. So when you think they didn't find what they were looking for, they don't give a damn what you know. But this is very interesting, this piece of information. But Iraq is an ancient land with a bunch of ancient secrets and things that need to be looked into more by our people, and not just letting them give us access to the information that they're releasing. That's nonsense.
Through the air, you see it highlighted here with these dangly legs. To be clear, News Nation has not independently verified this footage, but Xavier Walton joins us live. Xavier, what more can you tell us about this strange object? What are experts saying?
Well, Marky, experts are doing exactly what you and I and everyone at home are doing. They're watching this video and then they're replaying it and watching it over and over and over again. More questions, you know, swirling about this new one, this UAP video taking a new shape, but putting forth the same centuries-old questions.
As demands for transparency surrounding UAPs grow, so does a list of head-scratching videos being leaked online. This is the latest one, called the Jellyfish UAP.
it's not visible. It only is detected through its thermal emission in the infrared.
In the newly released video, you can see what appears to be a jellyfish
But I wouldn't put it past the United States, because they released another video years back of an orb in Iraq. A lot of times in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S., just like Russia would do, they will go and use some of their advanced weaponry and things of that nature to try it out, to see what it looked like in battlefield conditions far away from the U.S. You know what I'm saying? This should just be one of those times where that is a U.S. military jetpack or something of that nature, cloaked, where you can't really see it without some type of radar. And they was tracking it themselves to make sure that it worked. And now they trying to just release it and say they don't know what the hell is going on. They don't want Russia, China, or the Iraqis to think that they got this type of capabilities.
Object with string-like tentacles dangling as it glides through a United States joint operations base in Iraq. This video was recorded back in October of 2018. You can see the object going from white to black, indicating a change from hot to cold on thermal imagery. While News Nation has not independently verified the authenticity of the video, the UAP was allegedly moving through a sensitive military installation.
The government needs to obviously monitor such objects and identify their nature, because if they are produced by adversarial nations, we want to know about that and protect our facilities, most importantly, strategic facilities such as nuclear reactors.
Investigative UFO journalists Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp obtained the military-filmed UAP incursion. They say, according to witnesses, the object displayed transmedium capabilities, going underwater for more than 15 minutes, and after it resurfaced, rapidly accelerating.
It is not a standard or common shape of UFO or UAP, and the color change is quite strange, because it implies either a camera artifact, like some sort of rescaling, or some sort of signature management, because it doesn't make sense.
It could be U.S. military technology. They testing it near their goddamn base, you know, and it could be something alien, you know, but the distractive nature of it, I don't like the timing of it. In Israel is in the International Criminal Court, goddammit. Jim Crow Joe, you gotta go. Hunter Biden getting locked up. Well, what the hell are they trying to tell us about the aliens in Miami and then release this for? This is a distraction for the public, but we'll see. We'll look into it.
They would be changing from hot to cold so quickly. If that's what's happening, that's not really physically possible as far as we know.
As far as we know. Okay, so more UAP videos seem to be, they just seem to be surfacing. News Nation is working our sources over at the Pentagon. Still no comment on this video, reportedly taken at a U.S. joint operations base in Iraq, Adrian. But when you look at it, you just scratch your head thinking, what is that?
Well, you do, and then you say, is AI playing a trick on all of us? Are we all getting bamboozled? Because it looks like somebody almost copied and pasted this weird image, and they could easily copy and paste
like a smudge,
a translucent one and then a black and white one, and make it appear to change. But again, we don't want to speculate. It's just bizarre. Thanks, Xavier.
Take the video down further is Dr. Matthew Shadagas, a professor of physics at the University of Albany and an expert on UFO research, plus the author of a prodigious number of scientific publications on this very topic, including this study on UAPs just published in December. Thanks so much for joining us, Doctor. Again, we haven't verified the authenticity of this video, but it's strange looking. What's your take on it?
Well, my initial impression was that it looks like the Imperial probe droid from Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. It is not a standard or common shape of UFO or UAP, and the color change is quite strange, because it implies either a camera artifact, like some sort of rescaling, or some sort of signature management, because it doesn't make sense that would be changing from hot to cold so quickly if that's what's happening. That's not really physically possible as far as we know.
And by the way, at one point, I don't know if we can slow this down when this happens, but at one point we see this thing pass over two people who seem to be completely unaware that it's over them.
Yeah, to me, that implies, again, two very different possible explanations. One, that it's not really there and is a camera artifact, or on the other hand, some sort of invisibility, some sort of signature management, which, as we know, is one of the classic UAP observables.
Well, if it were invisible, would that explain why it changes colors from black to white in that video?
No, so that particular aspect is very strange because as Jeremy Corbell explains, the thermal imaging, and so that would imply a temperature change from hot to cold and vice versa, which really is impossible. So that again implies either a camera artifact, that it's not really changing temperature that quickly, or it implies some sort of signature management, which would then beg the question: if you had that ability, why wouldn't you just stay invisible? So it asks a lot of questions without very many answers right now.
What about this detail that it goes for a while and then it goes out over the water and dips down into the water and disappears for 17 minutes before reemerging?
Yeah, if we don't see that in the video that's been released in what we have so far, but transmedium travel is again one of those UAP observables. And if we actually had documented evidence of that, again, that may be another video. It's not in the currently released video, but that would be pretty remarkable because we don't have that ability, and no nation we know of has the ability for really good transmedium travel. We can do it, but very badly. You know, if you think of a seaplane, for example, it's both a terrible plane and a terrible boat. It's not very good at doing those things. So while we have limited transmedium capabilities, we don't have the capabilities that would allow us to seamlessly move between air and water, for example.
And what about the way it's moving? I mean, when you talked about it being a, quote, camera artifact, is that like a smudge on the lens? Or, I mean, what do you mean by that exactly?
So that was one of my initial thoughts. But when you look at the video carefully, you can actually see that the object changes in size with the zoom. That makes it unlikely that it's a smudge on the lens. And you also see the camera reticle, sort of the central four marks you see on the camera will be changing position relative to the object. So it actually makes it less likely that it's a smudge on the lens and more likely to be a physical object. But again, we don't have a lot of context. We don't have multiple vantage points in different videos. So it's nearly impossible to judge, for example, the size, the distance, the velocity, the acceleration, because we only have the one vantage point with this video.
But at this point in your mind, it is an unexplained aerial phenomenon, but that doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial in any way.
That's correct. So like I said, my initial feeling was smudge on the lens. That doesn't seem to be borne out by looking at the entire video, but nevertheless, there's not enough context to make a conclusion. So by definition, it's unknown. Again, that doesn't mean it is something unnatural or remarkable, but right now there isn't enough data, metadata, or more of the backstory and context of who originally took the video.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to join
Okay, I know. This is a show about true crime and mystery, but tonight I've got a story that's not so much true crime, but it blows the lid off mystery. A video allegedly taken at a U.S. military base in Iraq in 2018, just released by a journalist named Jeremy Corbell, who claims that it was buried by the intelligence community. Look at this. He calls this thing, whatever craft it is, Jellyfish You can see why, because it floats with like dangling appendages. The footage was shot at night, and I'm quoting that they used thermographic forward-looking infrared imagery. But interestingly, the object could not be seen with regular night vision gear. And some of the troops who were at the base weren't even aware it was up there. Others were told to hunt it down. And the coolest part of it all is that it switches colors. It goes from this dark to like almost invisible and see-through and white as it glides, indicating that that should be a temperature change more than likely from hot to cold to hot to cold. And then it just disappears into a body of water for 17 straight minutes until it reemerges and shoots off into the sky at a rate of speed that was so high it couldn't be documented with the technology we actually have here on Earth. What? So Corbell claims that the jellyfish, a similar kind of thing just like this, was seen at a nuclear facility too, moving between silos and shooting off at a 45-degree angle. And he shared this footage on social media. You should know that News Nation has not independently verified the authenticity of either of these videos, and the Pentagon has not confirmed or even commented on them. So that's why I called Nick Pope. Spent his career investigating UFOs for the UK Ministry of Defense, and he's just great at this stuff. So first of all, Nick, what do you make of this whole temperature, color change, and then also this transmedium capabilities of going in and out of the water and the air?
Well, the change in color, which normally could represent a temperature change, may be an artifact of the camera and the system. We don't know yet what this is. There are so many pieces of the puzzle that have yet to be confirmed. This is very early days. So I don't want to say about the temperature change. And again, with the transmedium travel, so far, the only bit of this video that I've seen is the bit that you're showing now. I have yet to see the part where it apparently goes into the water and comes out. But if that is what people are saying it is, that is certainly something to watch. And it's one of these so-called 5 observables, this apparent ability to move seamlessly between water and air that we hear about. And that is noteworthy for sure, if it's verified.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that. And first of all, we don't have the video yet of the water dive, but the part about being verified, how do you vet this stuff? How does one go about vetting this kind of video?
Well, I think the first thing is obviously to ask the Department of Defense, and I think News Nation have an inquiry in. I actually reached out to Public Affairs myself earlier, and they said they would get back to me on that. So I think they're burning the midnight oil at the Pentagon tonight. Look, Jeremy Corbell does have a proven track record of bringing forward footage and still photographs that do turn out to be genuine. So I'm betting that this is going to be the real deal. But as I say, there are still pieces of the puzzle we don't have. And I think this is going to be a test. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who was the director of the Pentagon's Arrow unit, stepped down at the end of last year. His deputy, Timothy Phillips, is in place. This is a big test for him. How's he going to respond to this? I think we want this. Congress wants information about this sort of thing, not from independent filmmakers, but from the Pentagon.
Yeah, I agree. And I can't wait to have you back when you get the answers that you're getting, because I think we're all racing to get the same answers. So, Nick, keep your phone handy. I'm going to call you back. Thanks for this tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
UFO filmmaker Jeremy Corbell premiered a brand new UFO video on a special on TMZ that's playing on Tubi. All right, it's a 3-part special. In this first episode, he shows this UFO video. It's being dubbed the Jellyfish UFO. When I show it to you, that'll make sense. The surrounding story and details of this event really add to the validity of this for me. I got to be honest. I don't know what to make of it entirely, but it's quite fascinating. So again, with the video and the story, and we're going to see a lot of the video. There's a lot to see. So I'm curious to get everyone's opinions. What do you think? What do you see? What do you think about the details of this event? Let's dive in. If you're new to the channel and you like content like this, hit that subscribe button. We put our new video every day, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you haven't already, y'all, hit that like button on this one. Come on. Let's give a shout out to Jeremy Corbell for putting this out there and giving us something to, debate about, talk about, think about. Again, this comes with corroborating witness testimony with this video I'm about to show you. So comment down below what you think. Let's dive in, y'all. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Prepare yourselves.
What I'm going to show you now is the footage was captured by our military in 2018. It's in Iraq over a sensitive facility. Why it caught my attention is because it was designated UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, by our intelligence agencies. And then it was treated with just spectacular secrecy. So it was important enough that this video was sent to me. It does not look like a traditional UFO, like a sphere or a saucer, but this shape has been seen since the beginning of UAP or UFOs. They call it the Jellyfish UAP. It's in thermal. It was filmed on a weapons platform. You see that there's a dog there. You see the animals are black. I'm assuming this is black hot. You see the object just went to white, and you'll see it going from white to black, white to black. And that's basically showing the heat differential. So it's going like hot and cold, hot and cold. The problem was the optics platform was jammed. These individuals who target with these platforms, they can shoot out an Al-Qaeda tire at 27 miles away, but not being able to lock it was one of the first signs that something's weird. I was able to find direct eyewitnesses and corroborate that this event did happen. When individuals would target in on it with the optics, the way it was described, each of these hanging things, they were stiff, like they weren't moving. They had geometric form, like scales, what was said to be scales, like an armor. There were also people with night vision who were out and they were tasked to go look for it. Couldn't see it on the night vision. Only in the thermal spectrum could it be seen. But anything that looks like that appears to have a payload, that's a big deal. It could be dangerous. So these are high priority. But what happened is there were a couple other nations involved, and the feeds were just shut immediately. So that put me on high alert too. Why is it completely being shut down? But that's not all it did. It goes out over a body of water. I'm told it stops on a dime, descends into the water, stiff into the water. And for 17 minutes, nothing. And boom, this thing comes up out of the water and shoots off at 45 degrees, just like that. It looks very much like what I've heard that has made incursions into nuclear facilities, because I know for sure, fact of the matter, there is footage from inside a nuclear facility. And I'll just say it, Pantex, that's the one, man. Something that appears identical to this moves between these nuclear silos and shot off again at a 45-degree angle. What it is, I don't know, but now, when it goes over a body of water, I do have some footage of that. This is when that same object, a jellyfish UFO, goes out over this like, you kind of get an idea by that distance now how far these optic systems can reach. When it gets to that point where it's over the water, every source that I have talked with who is aware of this footage, that footage exists. You've got a UFO or UAP, descends into the water stiff, comes back up, and then shoots off 45 degrees. Now, this was taken by an intelligence agency and buried. So I don't know, man. These are the cases that spark me. I don't know what this is. I just know when I get military filmed UAP footage designated where people risk getting that to me, I take it as serious as it sounds, and I try to get to the bottom of it. And it's hard, but I do have a number of direct eyewitnesses now. What am I sitting on? Yeah, you and every other intelligence agency on planet Earth wants to know the answer to that question. Look, man, I will tell you this. Our government in the United States has always taken this seriously, dead seriously.
Wow. I'm going to play a little more, but I need a breather here for a second. Let's just put on a still frame of this, video here.
Only in the thermal spectrum, but
right. Wow. I mean, I don't know, y'all. What do we think? Look, the video on its own it's interesting. Okay. But, you got people say, oh, it's balloons. It could be I mean, you can't really tell what it is. It definitely has this odd shape that like balloons just wouldn't have to me. Like, it just doesn't look like balloons at all. It'd be flapping at the bottom, I think, a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, but it's the witnesses to corroborate this, right? The additional footage, and to know that there's footage of it going into the water and coming out. I mean, what balloons doing that? What are we talking about? It's all these witnesses in addition to it, right? Military personnel. I mean, this is sort of like a military mission, right? Got soldiers that encountered this and then are, giving this information to Jeremy. I mean, this is fascinating. I got to be honest with you, man. I don't know how this is not. I would love to hear in the comments how we should just dismiss this. Please, somebody tell me why. I don't see it. So look, like, just to be fair here, make sure I got this right. Okay, this is Mick West. He writes balloons or bird poop. I must say it does look remarkably like a splat of something on a window, but that wouldn't be in focus, or would it? And then down here he says, balloons seem more likely something from a party, perhaps. Parallax and wind gives you the motion. And I think more just like, what it doesn't, like it moves inside of it. It's not a, it's nothing on a lens or anything. It's not bird poop. Splat on a window, right? Just because of the way it moves. And again, the story, you have witnesses that saw it in the air, right? And then filmed it going into the ocean and coming out, right? You've got the other additional footage. I mean, it's clearly not bird poop, right? Balloons, again, the witnesses and the story of it going in and out of the water, that just doesn't check. And I just don't see balloons in that image at all. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, I don't know. Just feel like military personnel would not be that easily fooled and then make it this big deal, right? Because of it. And again, so many people followed it and saw it. I mean, they're going to see balloons. Like, it's not that high up, it's not that high up in the air over the base, right? To where you would think, oh, no one's seeing these balloons. And why isn't it rising up? Anytime you release balloons, it just goes straight up, man. That's what balloons do. Right? Like, what are we I don't know. I just don't see that. So look, and I like Mick West. Okay, I've interviewed him on the podcast here. I'm vetted. No problem with him. I just think I don't think he's taking into account the eyewitnesses and stuff, right? And I would like to ask him, what does he think about that, right? So I don't know. Interesting. I mean, he's seen the full video here, so he's heard that. I don't know why he's not mentioning that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just being fair. I don't, that's not what I think. I think that this is absolutely fascinating, right? That this thing right here is just, I don't know, y'all. I got to be honest. I was pretty enthralled by that story in that clip. I got to be honest, right? And showing that additional footage really, I don't know, man, with the witnesses and stuff. This is a crazy video. What am I missing? What am I not seeing? That like the temperature change. Okay, I've seen people saying like, look, the background also changes, gets darker. And maybe there's something to that. Because look, when I was trying to make the thumbnail for this video, I often make many thumbnails and then choose one. So one of them I was picking was watching the video and trying to find the right spot to get the right thumbnail of the UFO, right? To get the right shot that like whatever. And it was kind of hard because the way it would move, it would get stuck, it would sort of look like it's rocks or something. And even here, if you just look at it, like it kind of looks like it's a tree or something there, right? Like it kind of looks like this on its side, right? But it's moving, right? So had to find the right spot. And I did notice where sometimes it was lighter, the background was lighter too, and it kind of all gets dark at once. So it could be the background of this and that, but still, so it doesn't have any heat at all. I don't know. So I don't know about that. Yes or no, maybe. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. So maybe somebody with more experience in the comments can make a mention of that. About the thermal imagery, right? And why does it change color? Because it does. It kind of goes like it's almost translucent-ish, and then it turns, this color. I mean, look, I've shot with lots of cameras, filmed lots of stuff, done all kinds of stuff. Like when something's on the lens, like you can pretty much tell that's on the lens. You know what I mean? Now, granted, this is a military application. They may not be near. I don't know. Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. But I figured they'd just be trained for stuff like that, to see balloons and stuff. I mean, come on. Wouldn't you, I don't know, man. Again, it's the, let's be real. Forget the video. It's the witnesses and the story that corroborate it, right? That really makes this quite interesting. And from soldiers we entrust, right? It's happening over a military base. Then he brings up a similar situation at a nuclear base, right? And calls it out. Which one? The UFO just like this is doing that. So what? We got balloons going to nuclear bases. We got poop on those cameras too that catch that. I mean, I don't know. That to me just doesn't fit. I'm not saying this is aliens or whatever. I'm just saying this is interesting. This is quite interesting. I don't see balloons or bird poop here. I see something flying through the sky that to me looks fascinating. It is moving around in the video, not like crazy, right? The way it's moving, but it does move. People are saying, it's not stuck on it. Like it is moving. Yeah, man, it's interesting. Right. So look, I'm going to put a link to this. You can watch it yourself, check it out. It's at the very end of the episode. Okay, so just be wary of that. Let me play one last little bit here at the end. All right.
Always taking this seriously. Dead.
Right here, I think.
But
what am I sitting on? Yeah.
If something like this was taking place, Iraq, Iran, these some ancient lands, something like this, Afghanistan, we could see something like this in some of these ancient territories.
You and every other intelligence agency on planet Earth wants to know the answer to that.
So remember the first video that I made on this, right? And off the trailer, right? And we spoke, whatever. And at the end of that video, I'll put a link to it. I brought up about Jeremy Corbell, and I showed another clip from TMZ of Jeremy Corbell talking and about the archive of footage and stuff that they have that he mentioned, right? And I brought up a good, an argument about whether that's fair or not or whatever, right? So if you want to know more about that, you can watch that, what I say about it. But Jeremy Corbell responded, right? He vetted on Twitter. He made a response on Twitter, a comment, the same comment that he left on YouTube, and he left a YouTube comment. And I think one of those questions that I had in my video, I think, this is it. That's the question, right? People want to know what he has, right? Because is he like the government again, right? So Anyway, interesting. He is going to answer this. And he kind of said, look, some of your questions are going to be answered in the video. And he's right. So I'll give him that. So yeah, let's play this. Let's see what he says.
Question. Look, man, I will tell you this. Our government in the United States has always taken this seriously, dead seriously. I know for a matter of fact that the UFO topic is considered more important at a higher level of security than weapons of mass destruction.
Launch Hilo ASAP.
This has never been something that is adjacent to what's important to our intelligence agencies, to our own government and defense systems. This has always been right there front burner, whether they've admitted it or not.
Track 781 just sped up to 46 knots.
Maintain track investigation.
The more and more that people try to clamp down on this information, it's having the adverse effect. More and more witnesses are coming forward, more and more whistleblowers, more and more people are calling me in confidence, telling me what I need to know to take the next step.
Yeah, man, this guy is not reporting TCAS. That is a unidentified flying object, bro. I can finally say I saw one now. That is cool.
Knowing the truth about what UFOs represent to humanity would change humanity completely. People speculate that our energy would change. It could be the survival of planet Earth if these technologies can do what we are recording them doing.
Oh, whoa. What is that?
But I think what UFOs represent to humanity is more important than UFOs themselves.
Oh my gosh! Okay, it's beyond the tree. What is that?
Are we alone in the universe? No. Is it distant life somewhere else? No. They're coming here. And if that's the truth, how would it not transform everything about our world? How could it not?
That's fascinating. Well, let's look. It's about to show what's on the next episode.
If I was to tell you about David Grosh 2 years ago, you would think I'm mad.
What I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Is there any moment where you've kind of regretted speaking up?
I don't regret it. I didn't want to live in the Matrix.
You hear others claiming that it's an embarrassment to science. Mobs of scientists attack me personally.
The United States is not particularly friendly to whistleblowers. There have actually been some very, very odd and mysterious injuries and deaths. It makes you wonder, is there something going on here?
The UFO community is absolutely its worst enemy.
For me, it was almost like I was being pranked in a sense.
Make no mistake here. Many, many, many people have stated that they've had such experiences.
Past the foot of my bed, there were two beings. Very quickly, the being off the foot of my bed started moving towards me. The other being raised its arm that had this wand in its hand towards me.
No, we're not watching your ad, Nutra Foal. I don't know what to make of that video, y'all. I mean, look, that response by Jeremy and what he's talking about there at the end, that definitely helps me understand him a little bit more. And what kind of is coming his way. So look, we're just going to keep reporting on the things that he puts out, and he's clearly making a difference. He's clearly making people aware. So we can't acknowledge that. That is true. And he does have a passion for it. And look, I'm Latin. Entonces el pasión me encanta, you know? Like, so I got no problem with that, to be honest with you. And that story is fascinating, man. You know? So yes, you can make the argument, which I did as well. When should those stories come out? How long have we known about that? When did it happen? Right? Who are these witnesses? Will they ever come forward? Will we get to know them, their names? Will they testify before Congress about this? Or will they remain anonymous and this becomes another story that sort of falls behind? What was the conclusion of the military's investigation on this? Is this an ongoing investigation, this UFO, this UAP? I know he mentioned the nuclear base, but how many more instances? And will we ever see that video of it going in the water and coming out? That would be very conclusive. That would be the last, button in this, the last piece to the puzzle to the story that would be quite convincing and quite fascinating. To at least that this is something odd, right? I don't know. Only Jeremy knows that. Maybe the next episodes they talk about this, and we'll find out if that's what's going to happen, right? If those witnesses will come forward. I'm assuming he'll do some sort of interview or on his podcast, Weaponized, talk about the other details of the witnesses and this and that. So we'll stay tuned, and I'll try to find out about that because that is fascinating. And that nuclear base story is fascinating, right? That the nuclear. I always get in trouble for saying that word wrong. Anyway, the nuclear bases, like that connection, right? The atomic bomb, right? The nuclear bomb, all of it, right? The stories of UFOs and the events that have happened around that. And there's many reasons of, what that is, right? The kid with the match theory. Oh, wow. Humans got bombs. They can destroy themselves. We got to step in, right? That's why a lot of these sightings have picked up since, we started messing with that in the 40s, right? So I don't know. This is fascinating.
It's America's military and the U.S. government asleep at the wheel amidst these historically high tensions and violence in the Middle East. The Pentagon had a series of embarrassing exchanges with the press over the ongoing Lloyd Austin hospitalization scandal. Now, as a reminder, Austin was in the hospital for what we now know were issues related to prostate cancer. Biden and his senior officials.
Nope. When I looked into some things yesterday, if he was in the hospital, the military hospital for cancer, he would be in the Mora cancer center for the Pentagon. But they keep saying that he in Walter Reed, which is where you're supposed to go if you've been wounded as a soldier. So who knows what's really going on with this guy?
Officials weren't told this for days. Here's John Kirby answering a question about that.
So the president has known for, I guess, 5 days now that Secretary Austin was in the hospital, but he wasn't informed why?
He was not informed until last Friday that Secretary Austin was in the hospital. He was not informed until this morning that the root cause of that hospitalization was prostate cancer.
Is that because the White House knew and didn't inform the president, or because Secretary Austin chose not
to? Some Russian blogs are saying that Lloyd Austin got caught slipping in Ukraine in a bunker, and this whole cancer thing is BS. He really was wounded in Ukraine. That's what some Russian bloggers are saying. And America is coming up with this nonsense, and it's making it look like something happened to the man somewhere.
Not to share that with the president.
Nobody at the White House knew that Secretary Austin had prostate cancer until this morning, and the president was informed immediately after we were.
Okay. Last week, we learned that Jake Sullivan, I believe, found out about the fact that Secretary Austin was hospitalized on Thursday morning. So just want to clarify, are you saying the president found out a day later than the NSC did?
No, Jake was informed, our national security advisor was informed that Secretary Austin was in the hospital and had been for some time. He found out late Thursday afternoon, and he and the chief of staff, Mr. Zients, informed the president later that evening, early that evening, not long after they learned. They informed the president directly, Thursday evening.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, still on his Middle East diplomacy tour, seemed to undermine his own administration's position over whether a genocide is occurring in Gaza.
We believe the submission against Israel to the International Court of Justice distracts the world from all of these important efforts. And moreover, the charge of genocide is meritless. It's particularly galling, given that those who are attacking Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, as well as their supporter Iran, continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews. All express grave concern about the dire humanitarian situation and the number of civilians killed in Gaza. We know that facing an enemy that embeds itself among civilians, who hides in and fires from schools, from hospitals, makes this incredibly challenging. But the daily toll on civilians in Gaza, particularly on children, is far too high.
Other countries across the world, overwhelmingly outside of the U.S. direct sphere of influence in the global South, are increasingly also applying pressure on the Biden administration to respond to claims that there is a genocide unfolding in Gaza. Most recently, the Indonesian president also spoke to Joe Biden directly, confronted him on this, and Joe Biden changed the subject. Let's take a look at that.
Yield the floor to my friend.
Indonesia appeal to the U.S. to do more to stop the atrocities in Gaza. Ceasefire is a must for the sake of humanity. Once again, thank you for your invitation, President Biden. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we met outside, as you get out of your automobile, we had a very important discussion on climate.
I think the optics of that aren't great.
Yeah, he didn't even, I mean, he should just, if he could defend his position, if he holds the position, or change his mind or do something to address what the Indonesian president said, he could say that.
He even hold his position with a Muslim in front of him from Indonesia, letting him know, hey, the time has come, Jim Crow Joe. Yeah, climate change. See, this not gonna work, man. Be strong. If you should have looked at, if you say Israel got the right to defend themselves, look that man in the eye and tell him that.
We also want there to be a ceasefire, but Biden, take the position that there can't be a ceasefire until Hamas is eliminated. But we're doing everything we can to urge the Israeli government to limit civilian deaths. Perhaps he knows that's not a very persuasive line, or at least his base. Democrats aren't persuaded by it. Instead, he said, let's talk about the climate.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that even though Blinken keeps insisting that there's no evidence of genocide, we will have this International Criminal Court of Justice hearing happening later this week, where this exact issue will be litigated. Up until this point, a number of experts, including Mo Khyber, who very notably stepped down from his position at the UN, where he had spent a 20-year career litigating exactly this question of genocide all across the world, said he had to leave the UN because of their failure to recognize one of the clearest, if not the most clear-cut case of genocide that he had ever seen, pointing out specifically that normally the hardest part of proving genocide is proving a country's intent. It's not necessarily about the number of people that are killed or things like that, but it's about whether the country has a stated intent of conducting a genocide, obliterating a population. And in the case of Israel, there have just been so many high-profile members of the Israeli government, including Benjamin Netanyahu at the very top, who have engaged in rhetoric that is expressly supportive of either genocide or ethnic cleansing. That is a uniquely easy part of this case to prove here for South Africa, of course, who brought this petition. So it is interesting from a political perspective to see the Biden administration's choice here to respond to a direct appeal from another head of state by saying, by the way, climate is cool. By the way, we had a nice chit chat about the climate. Blinken continuing to insist that there's absolutely no humanitarian concerns here and saying, well, Hamas is the real problem. That can be fine. there's no precluding.
Well, I don't know. He's not saying there's no humanitarian concerns. He's
sure.
He's
In fact,
expressing
he's
that they
saying
do
there are
have
humanitarian concerns. But what is the source of the humanitarian concerns? To acknowledge a humanitarian concern, but then say, well, we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep creating a humanitarian crisis as long as Hamas exists is kind of an admission that you are helping to perpetuate. You are contributing to the genocide or the humanitarian abuses that are ongoing, and willing to do so with impunity because you think that response, that excuse holds up. I think what we're seeing from polls and the dissatisfaction of Biden's base, as they say increasingly that they're not willing to vote for him, is that while that excuse might hold up in a press briefing room or in the United Nations where America has veto power, it's not holding up with the electorate.
Yeah, it's clearly making him much less popular with his base, with young people, hurting him perhaps with some minority groups. So he's going to have to either change course or come up with a more compelling answer, or certainly not just dodge to climate when he's asked about it. It seems like a real problem for the president.
What do you make of the Lloyd Austin rigmarole? It does seem like a sort of unforced error. And is the implication that Biden really is asleep at the wheel if he doesn't know that cabinet members that are pretty important to wrestling with the escalating violence in the Middle East are incommunicado and not at their post?
But it wasn't just Biden, it was the entire administration. No one knew that this was happening, people directly under Lloyd Austin. So this isn't actually a situation where you can chalk this up to, is Biden too old or too out of it or something? No one knew. This seems like mostly on Lloyd Austin. This was a choice he made to keep this very quiet. It's not clear why. I mean, people can be even our public officials entitled to some level of privacy about their medical situation. But his underling who took over thought he was on vacation, didn't even know there was a medical issue. And this is, we're in very volatile times, as everyone is recognizing. So it seems very weird. I think you're right that unforced error is the exact terminology I would use as well. And I think the decision not to punish him at all for this is frankly a little suspect.
Well, what kind of punishment is there?
I mean, dismissal, replacement.
I don't know that I would expect that to be the outcome. I think that for other reasons he shouldn't be in this post, namely that he's gone through the Raytheon revolving door. And we have a Secretary of Defense who has charitably, what would charitably be described as divided interests and priorities here. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is what it feels like is probably some discomfort about being public with a particular kind of cancer that is stigmatized and stigmatizing. And so I appreciate as a human being on a human level why you wouldn't want that to be national news. But at the same time, that's the job. And it seems like one more piece of evidence, and a mounting pile of evidence that there's something really amiss in the Biden administration and that they do not have their ducks in a row. We'll see if that has any longer term political implications as we head into this election year with primaries weeks away. So stick around, more coverage of that.
So who is running the federal government? Who is running the executive branch of the government? That's a good question, because it sure as hell isn't President Joe Biden. I don't know if you've seen, the White House is now using Dr. Jill Biden as a mechanism to walk Joe Biden off stages at campaign events now. Did you see this? This is now the new, because they're tired of him he doesn't know where to go. He's just wandering around. So she has to come out and now escort him off the stage at events.
It's actually clever. They're probably like, why didn't we think of this before?
It's clever, but they think we're stupid.
Well, yes.
Like they think we don't get the mechanism here. They think we are stupid.
Yes.
That we don't understand what they're doing here. Of course we know what they're doing with using her for that reason.
They had to start using her because the Easter Bunny didn't work. So they're like, okay, we can't use the Easter Bunny anymore. We'll have to use somebody that,
Right.
Didn't he ignore the Easter Bunny too? Maybe they get like one of the topless trans people to show up on the White House lawn like they did before. So the White House is using Dr. Jill Biden as this mechanism now, and Democrats are now actively scrambling, of course, to find a replacement for the 2024 election, and they're getting very, very desperate. But beyond the most important proof of all that Biden isn't running, the executive branch, actually something that occurred just last week when we learned that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin suddenly disappeared. Where the hell did Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin go? Not that I really care, but it's the holidays, they just get him out of there. No one in the White House knew where he was, not even the President of the United States. As a reminder, by the way, American taxpayers pay over $100 billion a year to the Pentagon, to the deep state. That is where all of our money goes. Most, if not all of our money goes to this. So we should have full transparency, should we not? For what goes on at the Pentagon? But we don't. They lie to us on a regular basis, of course, and they can't, during their audits, even account for tens of billions of dollars. They can't account for it, but they can't even find their own Secretary of Defense, and they don't tell the White House where he is. The Pentagon press corps was also kept in the dark. No Pentagon reporters were given any information as to the whereabouts of the defense secretary.
Wouldn't it have been easy to just take a sick day? Just call in sick?
Well, if you would have gotten out in front of the story and just said, hey, Secretary of Defense is going in for elective surgery. This is what's about to happen. This would not be a story at all. But instead, 3 days before Christmas, on December 22nd, here's the timeline. Lloyd Austin goes to the hospital for an elective medical procedure, which we still don't know what that was. So that is December 22nd. Was it gender reassignment surgery? Did he
Which we know now the Pentagon does cover based on the February 2023 documents. Yeah.
Exactly.
Could have been.
Was it gender reassignment surgery? Did he add a vagina to his arsenal? The Pentagon budget.
Lolita.
Right. The Pentagon budget covers those procedures now for our troops at taxpayer expense. He's been, I think, quadruple vaccinated and led the charge for mandatory vaccines for our troops. Was it a complication from being filled with Pfizer chemicals? We simply don't know. We don't have any idea because they won't tell us what happened. So let's follow this timeline. So then that was December 22nd. Then he goes home on December 23rd. Now, remember, they still haven't told the White House at this point. His boss doesn't know anything about it. Then Austin starts experiencing severe pain, and he's rushed to the hospital on January 1st. So this timeline unfolds in a very interesting way because then he goes to an intensive care unit at Walter Reed. That's for dangerous, life-threatening care. Again, no one at the Pentagon told their bosses President Biden was going.
But Walter Reed is not the cancer center. The Muir Cancer Center, I posted on my wall. That's where the soldiers, even soldiers like him, supposed to go to, the cancer center. Walter Reed is established for people who have been wounded in combat.
Since his first hospitalization on December 22nd. So no one told him about this. No one told them anything about this. This is 11 days. No one's told the White House. You go, you come back, you go again, severe pain, no mention to the White House, no mention to your boss, where you are, with wars raging around the world. You're concerned about China. You're concerned about Putin. You're concerned about Israel. You're concerned about Hamas. You're concerned about Iran. You're concerned about Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. No mention, nothing. Now, this is where things get even more bizarre because during this timeline, Lloyd Austin didn't turn over control of the Pentagon to anyone else. Not his second in command, Kathleen Hicks, not anyone. Kathleen Hicks was on vacation at the time in Puerto Rico and didn't know anything about it. But during this time, while Austin was in the ICU, the United States military, this is what I find really fascinating, carried out multiple attacks on foreign countries and targets. So during this time, American forces were attacked in Syria and Iraq. During this time, Israeli forces, using American intelligence and American weapons, launched devastating attacks in Gaza, also coordinating attacks in Lebanon against Hezbollah. So who authorized these strikes?
Well, you know, Clayton, when you're a good manager, you just trust your team to keep on with the bombing.
Oh, okay.
You know, you're like they're well trained now.
But it's not just
I feel very
continuing.
confident in my team.
I would agree with that. It's not just continuing on with this stuff. These are literally new attacks. We're launching airstrikes in Iraq.
Yeah.
Like we're starting. This is a new operation that we're carrying out against Iranian-backed
You're a successful manager
targets.
when you can outsource yourself.
When you don't even have to be there.
He's like,
yeah.
He's like, I don't want to be seen as a micromanager. So, you know.
Yeah.
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 I'm going to go off and try not to die, but I think that my marching orders will continue to be implemented.
So a day later, Congress then learns about it. Well, I'm sorry. Let me go back here a second. So, who authorized all of this? Who was the person pulling the strings here? Which deep state member was pulling the strings? It just goes to show you that, of course, this all just flows the way it's going to flow from this timeline from December 22nd to December 23rd to January 1st, all the way up. No one knows where Lloyd Austin is. No one's telling anyone at the White House about where this was, what actually happened here. Then on January 4th, finally, the White House is notified. The U.S. carried out military strikes that Lloyd Austin didn't authorize. Who did? His second in command didn't authorize it. Kathleen Hicks was on vacation, so she didn't authorize it. The president of the United States is out to lunch and he's got dementia. So who the hell is running the government? January 4th, the White House finally learns about Austin's incapacitation. And a day later then, Congress finally learns about it and tells the American people about it. So Senator J.D. Vance says Austin should be fired immediately for this dereliction of duty. Listen.
Do you think it's time for Mr. Austin to resign? Biden apparently is not going to fire him. The question is, should Austin resign? Because a lot of this stuff comes from Austin's own office, which was, shall we say, miscalculating.
Look, he absolutely should resign. He should be fired by the President of the United States. And barring that, the Congress has to look into this. There are so many problems here, so many unanswered questions. Did we have a breakdown in our nuclear deterrence? Of course, the Secretary of Defense is a major part of that. We're now, 4 days where we haven't seen the Secretary of Defense. We should actually check in and make sure, God forbid, we don't have a weekend at Bernie's situation with the world's most powerful military. He should resign. This is disgraceful. Again, I've never seen anything like it. But beyond him resigning, Larry, we've got to have a very, very stark set of questions to the Biden administration about who's actually in charge over there. If you lose the Secretary of Defense for days, it suggests that the engine is running, but nobody's behind the wheel. That is the story of the Biden administration at a time of extraordinary chaos for the United States all across the world. It's a big, big problem.
This reminded me of one of my favorite books I've ever read called The President is a Sick Man. And wherein the supposedly virtuous Grover Cleveland, who was supposed to be this incredibly virtuous person who never, ever lies, right, suddenly disappears in 1886. And no one knows where he is. And he has a mysterious, 1893, he has a mysterious jaw surgery on a ship in the ocean. No one knew where he was. And the press and basically the White House was like lying to the American people, and the press was sort of asking about it and sniffing around about it. Turns out he went and had like a cancerous tumor removed for a jaw, could have killed him, kept it from the American people. We can't tell about it. And then when a courageous newspaper man goes and actually uncovers the story, he's vilified, has his career ruined, and they stepped all over him, told him that he was, told the world that this newspaper man was a liar. 20 years later, vindicated, had to come out and actually apologize for it, but it didn't matter because it ruined the guy's life. But he uncovered the truth. So when J.D. Vance says he's never heard about this before, we have precedents. 1893, Grover Cleveland, when this happens. So where does this guy go? Like, what is going on here at the Pentagon? And who is running our federal government? We don't know. And Joe Bianchio penned a piece this morning asking some very important questions. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin must resign. And he says, more questions still. What did the Pentagon press officers know? And when did they know it? Surely they are aware of the protocol for publicly announcing medical procedures for cabinet officials. Who was in the deception? The Secretary of Defense travels with an entire operations center around him at all times. Note takers, communication experts, intelligence analysts. These people all report to the defense officials who report to other defense officials. It's hard to believe the Pentagon's press office was unaware that the big boss was in the hospital. In fact, hiding the Secretary of Defense during a tumultuous work week for the American military surely involved the collusion of multiple senior officials. That's the word I wanted to zero in on, collusion. Who knew? You mean to tell me that the press officers for the Pentagon didn't know?
Someone in the chat says maybe he went AWOL.
Maybe. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny?
Which is a federal crime.
The Secretary of Defense.
He's like, I've
AWOL.
had enough. I've seen too much. I can't be a part of this anymore.
Pulls a Chelsea Manning, you know. So that's the that's the word there, collusion, though. What people in the Pentagon knew about this? Senator Tom Cotton also says that the Secretary of Defense needs to resign. Listen.
Is, of course, when you're the Secretary of Defense or his chief of staff or other senior department official, and you know that you're going in for surgery, even if it's minor elective surgery, you have to have contingency plans if something goes wrong. You have to have the basic sound judgment to give a call to the president or the national security advisor and say, hey, I'm going in for this surgery, or you have to have your staff call in and do that. And if your judgment is so poor on such a simple matter, what does it say about your judgment on things like the withdrawal from Afghanistan, or the support for Israel in the Middle East, or efforts to deter China from attacking Taiwan? Someone is going to have to resign over this. And right now, since Lloyd Austin has taken responsibility for it, it would appear that Lloyd Austin is the person who needs to resign, or his chief of staff, or both of them.
Yeah, or his chief of staff, or both of them. So, you know, you have to wonder, though, you just sit back at a larger level and just think about how the deep state is operating inside the federal government right now. You have a dementia patient who's in the White House. He's literally a meat puppet. And I don't say that to be mean, but he's literally being propped up by deep state officials, people who, that are part of the permanent government, who are there and they're just walking him around like a Weekend at Bernie's situation. That's all he is right now. He's not running the government. You think he's the one sitting there signing off? People are coming up to him telling him, Mr. President, here's what you're going to do today. Mm-hmm. Here's what you're going to sign. You're going to sign this, which is $100 billion for Ukraine. Do you think he has any idea what he's doing? No. And this is why Democrats now are struggling and scrambling to try to find a replacement. Who are they going to put in his place?
I don't know if you remember when Obama's teleprompters went out and how bad his speech was. Could you imagine if Biden's prompters went out, like what that would be like?
Oh my God. We saw a little bit of that when he was in Vietnam, remember? Mm-hmm. But he can't speak extemporaneously.
No. Oh yeah. When he did that booger thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
it was disgusting. And he can't speak extemporaneously. He used to be able to. That's the thing. Just go back and look at videos, even from a year ago. You can see the decline. The decline is real.
We have a video in the countdown timer where he's grilling Scott Ritter, and you can see how just on point he was.
Night and day difference.
Right.
Night and day difference. So
no stutter.
Yeah. Who's running this government right now, and who's running our Pentagon? Where is Lloyd Austin? Where is the Secretary of Defense? A lot of questions, and I hope that reporters get answers, and I hope the Pentagon stops stonewalling and provides those answers. Thank you so much.
World is falling apart right in front of our eyes. So wait until you hear about what's happening in Ecuador. I have that story later. It's basically a narco-terrorist coup that's unfolding in front of us. Of course, I'm going to give you Israel updates in just a second here. I'm going to lead with that. We have the fighting between Hezbollah and the IDF is escalating even more. That is not a good sign at all. We have direct threats from the IDF to turn Beirut into Gaza. We have the U.S. now being legally implicated as basically an accomplice to Israel's genocide in Gaza. We're arming them, we're funding them, and the International Court of Justice in South Africa in particular are taking notice of that. So we'll break all that down for you. I have Joe Biden being berated during a speech he gave in South Carolina. Pro-Palestine protesters really checked his ass. Can't wait to talk about that and tell you the reaction to what went down. Then we'll get to, oh my God, Trump's attorney. I don't know where he gets these people because they are like the worst attorneys I've ever seen in my life. I guess he's blown through so many of them that he can't get a good attorney anymore, but they're out there arguing that actually he has legal immunity even from crimes such as murder. All right, wait for it. Wait for it. Wild stuff. And then we'll also get to Ben Shapiro responds to Tucker Carlson's personal attack on him. And we love it when people on the right are at each other's throats. So that is nothing but joy and fun. Anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. It helps out massively in the algorithm. It doesn't cost you anything. It takes you 2 seconds. And we're trying to continue to grow the community here. Okay, so let me just start with this.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Kyle for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate that love, family. Salute.
With what's happening in Gaza. I want to give you an update on the numbers, but as of right now, the most updated numbers we have, at least as of the recording of this segment, is January 4th. So we're already on January 10th. So take everything I'm going to tell you here with a grain of salt, knowing that the numbers are probably much, much larger now because the hostilities and the shooting and the slaughter and the bombing, none of that has stopped. It's continued. All right, so according to Euromed Monitor, the human rights group, we have 30,676 Palestinians who are now dead. 28,201 of them are civilians. 12,040 of them are children. 6,103 of them are women. Now, by the way, I just want to point this out real quick, and I feel like I should do this more often when we discuss these numbers. Understand that these are not just numbers. Like all these people, all 28,201 civilians are individuals, are people with stories and lives and histories and emotions. And some of them are grandmas and grandpas and aunts and uncles and daughters and children and babies. And, you know, these are human beings. And so almost like when you bring up the numbers and just the numbers, it sort of becomes too abstract and cerebral and it doesn't really humanize it for people. Understand that's 28,201 individual horror stories where they got taken from this earth too soon. So we have that. Again, the numbers are almost certainly way bigger than this now. I'm sure everything's going to go up at least 2,000 or so because it's been since January 4th since we had an update. There's 58,960 people who are injured. At the same time, you have the hospital system in Gaza basically collapsed. I mean, maybe there's a handful of hospitals that are still functioning to some capacity, but we know there's been no anesthesia. There's been no power. In fact, Israel has attacked some of the other power sources that they have. Israel has been targeting them recently. We have journalists now dead, 105. They've been killed. More on that later. We have another one to add to that list. We have displaced people, 1.935 million. That's of 2.3 million people who live in Gaza. And, you know, look, we've gone through this many times. And I don't want it to feel like just normal when I bring these things. Yep, like, okay, that's where we are. No, this is horrific, and it should be a shock to your system. 201 mosques that have been damaged, some of them directly bombed, 3 churches. And, you know, I mean, I don't need to say anything else, but you can pause the video, look at these numbers, and just understand the scope and scale of the atrocities. All right, so let me get to this. A group of South African lawyers have written to the U.S. president warning his government that they intend instituting proceedings against them for being complicit in ongoing international crimes perpetrated by Israel against the people of Palestine. So in other words, we see you, United States of America. We know you're the accomplice. We know you're effectively the driving force behind this. Israel would not be able to pull this off without your funding and your arming. And we're taking notice, and there are going to be consequences for that. Now, look, I don't know. Is this going to make it more likely or less likely that the ICJ in South Africa can actually pull this off? I would guess it would make it less likely. So, because when you single out the world's sole superpower who doesn't play by the rules, never played by the rules, and swaps the rules aside and is hostile to them, I think it makes it more likely that the U.S. will just sort of snub their nose at the entire proceeding and act like it doesn't matter. But as a matter of principle, what they're doing is the right thing to do. You have to do this because it's true. We are an accomplice in it. And, you know, our top officials who are involved in the decision making are just as big of criminals as Netanyahu and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. And again, don't buy into the tut-tut and the finger wagging where Biden pretends like, oh, you know, we're so concerned about the civilian casualties, bro. We're saying you should bomb nicely and more humanitarianly. If Biden was actually against it, he would have cut off the weapons. He has the power to stop this. He pretends like he doesn't, but he absolutely does. So that's a big deal. The U.S. now being involved with international crimes. All right, next. So Hezbollah announced that they're targeting a region of northern Gaza where there's a command headquarters for the IDF in the city of Safed. That's 13 kilometers from the border, with a number of explosive-laden drones. And the attack was in retaliation to Israel killing Saleh Arori and Wissam Tawil. So this is part of that tit for tat that we've discussed. Israel has been knocking off various top Hezbollah commanders. They've been doing the same with top Hamas commanders. In fact, they bombed in Beirut. They bombed a top Hamas commander who was there. So because they keep doing those sorts of bombings, doing those sorts of assassinations, that opens up the door to retaliatory strikes. And now what we're seeing is Hezbollah has targeted overwhelmingly military targets, but now they're targeting military targets that are deeper into Israel, which of course is viewed yet again in turn as another escalation, and we're off to the races. So I told you guys this, but U.S. intelligence analysts like ran the numbers on this and played out the war games, and they found out that in every possible scenario, with the facts on the ground as they exist right now, it's spiraled out of control every single time to a wider regional war. It's absolutely terrifying stuff, and I don't think anybody is taking it nearly as seriously as they need to. So look at this. Blinken said to Israel, you have to let northern Gazans return home, okay? Washington is interested in starting the return of Palestinians to the northern Gaza Strip as soon as possible. Okay. Now, just right off the bat here, Anthony Blinken knows that is literally not possible. Northern Gaza is wiped off the map. 70% of Gaza is totally uninhabitable. There is nothing to go back to. And he knows that because he was part of the process that greenlit the destruction of northern Gaza. So, I don't know. He's probably just doing PR ass covering here to make it look like, oh, the U.S. was always for Palestinians returning. But in reality, he knows that's not true. Well, Israel responds, the return of the residents of northern Gaza is not possible before progress is made on the prisoners issue. But Israel will allow a UN delegation to enter the northern Gaza Strip. Benny Gantz to Blinken, Israel is committed to eliminating the threat posed by Hamas in the south. We must change the situation in the north to enable residents to return to their homes. It is necessary to continue efforts to reach an agreement to return the kidnapped persons. Ben-Gvir responded to Blinken with the following. The time is not appropriate to talk softly with Hamas, but rather to use a long stick with it. So the overwhelming consensus coming out of Israel is basically brushing off Blinken and being like, it's not happening. It's not even possible. Something, Hamas. So we have to keep doing this. So you still have, missions in northern Gaza to the extent that northern Gaza even exists anymore. And of course, you have targeting in the south, where now primarily they're going after in Khan Yunis and other places in the south. So they're basically saying, we're not going to stop until we get rid of Hamas. Now, by the way, 92% of the people who've been killed are not at all Hamas. They're not at all Hamas. And of the 2.3 million people in Gaza, there's only about 30,000 Hamas fighters. So you're not going to eliminate them. It's not even possible to eliminate them. But they know that because in reality, their goal is basically to ethnically cleanse, purge, voluntarily relocate whoever remains, and then resettle Gaza. And by the way, Ben-Gvir actually openly says that. So all this stuff from Blinken and Biden, the idea of like, let the Palestinians return and then have the Palestinian Authority take over Gaza and they'll be the ones in control there. Like, all that actually sounds fine on paper. It sounds good on paper. But I think they know that that's not even possible at the moment based on the reality on the ground, how northern Gaza doesn't even exist anymore. So again, I'm curious what you guys think, but I view this from Blinken as more PR ass covering, like, oh, us? No, we're in favor of the Gazans returning to Gaza. I don't think he actually, I think he knows that that's not even possible at the moment. Okay, so more. This is in the Wall Street Journal, really interesting article. Israel's Yoav Gallant, quote, "We are fighting an axis, not a single enemy." So in other words, we're not just going after Hamas here. We're also going after Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're going after other Shia militant groups in Iraq and in Syria. We want to go after Iran because we view them as like the head of the snake and funding all of the people who we view as our enemies. So he said this. He also said in this piece that he wants to copy and paste what happened in Gaza to Beirut. In fact, he warns Hezbollah, we'll just copy and paste what we did in Gaza to Beirut. Now, by the way, I take those threats seriously, but also at the same time, you need to understand Israel has drastically underestimated Hezbollah every step of the way. In fact, the attack launched on the IDF base the other day, which was pretty successful, they didn't realize that Iron Dome wouldn't protect them for that, and they didn't realize the advanced nature of the weaponry, the bombs, the missiles that were used by Hezbollah. So I think they've drastically underestimated them. But then I have one more interesting piece in this article that I wanted to share with you. As Gallant sees it, a multinational task force led by the U.S. with European and Middle Eastern partners should oversee the rehabilitation of Gaza. So, in other words, what they are basically asking is, we want the U.S. to come in and occupy Gaza and rebuild Gaza. So understand what's going on here. With our money, with U.S. money and U.S. weapons, they commit an ethnic cleansing and a genocide and bomb Gaza to smithereens. Then Israel turns around and tells us, now you guys go in there and you guys occupy it and you guys rebuild it. You lead the task force in order to do that. No, Gaza should be for Gazans. Palestinian territory should be for Palestinians. And, you know, you could just stop destroying Gaza. You could just stop doing the ethnic cleansing. But of course, they would laugh that position out of the room. So we have, this one is really interesting. So you see this guy right here on screen. He is an Israeli politician. And he is super brave because he came out and basically said, yeah, I think Israel's committing a genocide. Now, remember, guys, when you look at the polling coming out of Israel, it was like 1.6% or 1.8% of the population said less force should be used in Gaza. So, I mean, you want to talk about a minority position. It is a tiny sliver that looks at what's happening and goes, oh my God. The overwhelming majority either support it or want it to go further. So even though the population is like very anti-Netanyahu, don't mistake that as like, oh, they're peaceniks and they're doves and they want like a Palestinian state or whatever the case. That's not true. So this guy comes out and stands up to the mob and is very brave. So this is in Common Dreams. To defend Israel as a moral society, Knesset member backs South Africa's ICJ genocide case. Quote, "This is the true patriotism. No revenge wars and calls for extermination. No unnecessary bloodshed. And no sacrifice of kidnapped citizens and soldiers in false wars," said the Knesset minister Ofer Kassif. Member of the Knesset, Ofer Kassif, is being targeted for removal from the legislative body Monday, a day after the Israeli lawmaker said he would back South Africa's genocide case at the International Court of Justice. So in other words, he comes out and says something mega-based and totally true and something that's obvious to outsiders looking in at what Israel's doing. And now they're trying to remove his ass. In his Sunday assessment, Kassif declared, "My constitutional duty is to Israeli society and all its residents, not to a government whose members and its coalition are calling for ethnic cleansing and even actual genocide." Kassif, the sole Jewish representative in the predominantly Arab Hadash Ta'al party, said it was right-wing lawmakers and top officials in the Netanyahu government backing the relentless assault on Gaza who hurt the country and the people. They are the ones who led South Africa to turn to The Hague, not me and my friends. And when the government acts against society, the state, and its citizens, especially when it sacrifices them and commits crimes in their name on the altar of maintaining its existence, it is my right and even my duty to warn about this and do everything I can within the law to stop it. I will not give up the fight for our existence as a moral society. This is the true patriotism. No revenge wars and calls for extermination. No unnecessary bloodshed. and no sacrifice of kidnapped citizens and soldiers in false wars. So, of course, this guy is getting the ire of, the Israeli elite class. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate him, because this is very, very brave. This is very, very brave what he's doing. And look, to be fair, even from a strategic perspective, I think what he's saying makes sense. Because, we talked about it time and time again. How many more orphans are you creating? How many more innocent people are you killing? Now, what do you think the politics of that person's family members are going to be? I've never seen a better recruitment campaign for Hamas than killing 12,000 children, killing 28,000 civilians. That absolutely will increase support for Hamas. We've literally seen it in the West Bank in the polling. And in Gaza, I'm sure if you're going to be dead set on retribution and revenge and retaliation. And so you probably tripled or quadrupled the members of Hamas. And so even from a strategic perspective, yes, for the security of the state of Israel, this guy's 100% right. He's right morally and ethically and as a matter of principle, and he's right strategically. So very, very brave for him to come out and say this. Much credit to him. Okay. Families of Israelis killed in Be'eri home, hit by IDF tank on October 7th, demand a probe. So in other words, we heard about this in like various kibbutz. They would be there was fire that was opened up on them from IDF tanks. In fact, there was one soldier who literally said it on Israeli TV in a news segment that like we were ordered to fire on the kibbutz. And we were like, well, hold on, aren't there civilians in there? And then they said, well, I don't care, just shoot. We covered that story. How many times did that happen, right? At the music festival that Hamas came, paraglided into and then started doing terrorism, there was also like a line of like at least 30 or 40 or 50 cars that were totally destroyed. They were lit on fire. They became like hunks of shrapnel that we saw after the fact. Well, in that scenario, who had the kind of weaponry that could make 50 cars, burn to a crisp? Well, it's probably the IDF. So just how far did this go where the IDF was engaged in friendly fire and killing Israeli citizens? Like, how far did this go? And this is what these families are saying. Like, we've seen enough evidence to merit an investigation that, we think maybe some of our family members were killed by you guys. We're killed by the IDF. So, and remember, when you look at the numbers, this is a fact. It's an uncomfortable fact that people don't want to grapple with. But if I remember them correctly, even according to the IDF's own numbers, Hamas killed 55% military targets, 45% innocent civilians. Israel's killing 92% innocent civilians, according to Euromenma Human Rights Group. The UN is probably going to have that number in the 80 some odd percentile range. And even Israel putting their best foot forward with the least accurate numbers, where they say every military age male is a combatant, every military age male is a member of Hamas. It's not remotely true. But even when you count it that way, Israel has still killed 61% innocent civilians, which is a worse percentage than Hamas. So really, really incredible stuff here. And the families of the hostages are waking up and they're on to what's going on here. All right. Look at that. I'm telling you, man, Israeli politicians are trying to make the case for South Africa at the ICJ a complete and utter slam dunk. Like Air Jordan in his prime type slam dunk with some of the stuff that they're saying. And they have a long list. Here's what this person said. Here's what that person said. Here's how genocidal this is. Here's how genocidal that is. We got a new one. Israeli MP Nissim Vaturi in press remarks. Gaza and its people must be burned. I have no pity for them. Add it to the list. I'm sure that list is growing every single day when you talk about the genocidal comments of these Israeli politicians. Israel accused of effort to intimidate the judges ahead of genocide hearings. Israel is pressing others to denounce the case in the hope of persuading the International Court of Justice to decide based on politics rather than the facts, said one critic. The Israeli government has mounted a pressure campaign urging governments around the world to publicly denounce South Africa's genocide case at the International Court of Justice, which is set to convene hearings on the detailed charges on Thursday. According to a cable obtained by Axios, the Israeli Foreign Ministry is calling on the country's embassies to pressure host country diplomats and political leaders to swiftly issue an immediate and unequivocal statement along the following lines. To publicly and clearly state that your country rejects the outrageous, absurd, and baseless allegations made against Israel. The cable warns that a ruling by the court could have significant potential implications that are not only in the legal world, but have practical bilateral, multilateral economic security ramifications. Israel is seeking to prevent an injunction ordering the country to suspend its attack on Gaza. So we talked about this the other day, but that is the short-term goal with these trials, with this case at the International Court of Justice. They're trying to say, all right, if you judges think there's even the possibility, if it's even remotely plausible that what's happening now is indeed a genocide, then issue an injunction and say they have to stop everything they're doing until this case comes to a conclusion, which will take a few years. And so that's what we're waiting on. That'll be a big decision. Now, by the way, what I fear in this scenario is not just the pressure campaign from Israel. I fear more just out and out bribery and corruption behind the scenes. A lot of people don't know this. If you listen to the Martyr Made podcast, which is a great podcast on Israel Palestine and the genesis of it and the history of it, what happened when they came up with the partition plan at the UN is it was gonna be voted down. This was like the first thing the UN did. This is like right after the UN came into existence, and it was gonna be voted down. But then Israel went around literally bribing representatives or ambassadors from other countries, and then it passed. And so that's what I fear more than anything. Not just this pressure campaign, which is above board and a political maneuver. I fear like literal bribery behind the scenes to try to get the outcome that they want. And don't put it past them, because the way politics works is just as dirty as you imagine it to be. So, but even this is like, it actually kind of reminds me of the Trump strategy. Trump knows that in the courtroom, he's getting his ass kicked with his 91 criminal charges. He was just found liable for fraud in New York, business fraud, insurance fraud, etc. And his strategy was, I'm just going to try to win this in the realm of politics. So I'll sit in the courtroom and take my beating and be found guilty or be found liable. And then when I get out, I'll go to the steps of the courthouse and do a political rant where I say, look at this, political persecution. They just hate Trump. This is unfair. This is a witch hunt, yada, yada. And that's the only strategy he had. And I think Israel feels like that's the only strategy they have as well, which speaks to also to how guilty they are. All right, here we go. So Lord Cameron, this is according to Sky News, admits he does not know if the UK considers Gaza to be occupied by Israel. So I'm going to play this clip for you. Then I want to show you a great tweet from one of the Chapo guys, which I think nails exactly what's going on here. Let's watch.
Francis, just take back for a moment. What is the UK's current legal position on whether or not Gaza is occupied?
Our position is that that Israel is fighting a campaign against Hamas. We have to check regularly whether that is in compliance with international humanitarian law and assess that. I don't think Israel regards itself as an occupying force, but whether that is correct, I would want to take legal advice, because this comes to this issue about aid, where I think Israel needs to do more, a lot more, to get more aid into Gaza, which perhaps we can come on to.
Forgive me, we know that Israel does not consider itself to be an occupying power, but British law currently does consider Gaza to be an occupied power. Can you, an occupied territory. Can you just confirm that on the record?
I don't know the precise legal definition of that. I'll have to go back and check.
Philip?
So Will Menaker from Chapo says, it's hilarious watching people who have jobs like UK Foreign Minister or US Secretary of State all have to be like, I'm not an expert on any of these issues regarding international law. Don't know why I'm being asked these questions. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Guys, Gaza, it's a total blockade. It's a total embargo. Now we know it's a complete and utter siege. No food, no fuel, no water. They control every single aspect of life in Gaza. And people still are saying, well, Israel stopped occupying Gaza, stopped settling Gaza in 2005, bro. What's the problem, bro? That is such a slimy, weaselly, disingenuous argument. And anybody who ever makes that argument, immediately dismiss them as biased beyond belief or stupid or lying. Because it's just so obviously untrue. Obviously, the nature of the occupation in the West Bank and the nature of the occupation in Gaza is different. But the idea that you take issue with calling it an occupation is preposterous. What if somebody did a total embargo against you, did complete and utter sanctions and blockade against you, controlled food, fuel, water, electricity, etc. Couldn't control whether you left or stayed. You know, you have no rights. Would it be fair for somebody to say, I don't think that's an occupation? I mean, come on, man. Come on. All right. Now let's move to this. We got this one again. I don't know who this woman is. I'm literally distraught at the fact that I had to learn she existed this week. But we played a clip of her being smug and arrogant and obnoxious the other day to somebody who was making the case for Palestinians. I guess her name is Julia Hartley Brewer. Even her name sounds annoying. And she's going to give us just a brilliant thought here that I wanted to share with you guys. Let's listen.
Maybe you should take these people. Maybe the solution is that these people aren't in this sort of prison camp that Gaza's been called, even though, of course, actually you see pictures before, not at all a prison camp. But that maybe, these people should be offered a new life elsewhere. Now, many may not want it, but we have seen, and I was really surprised when I discovered this. This is my own ignorance, and apologies for that, but the awful phrase ethnic cleansing, I don't like that phrase. There's a difference between, people being killed to be removed from a piece of land than the forced expulsion. This has happened numerous times, and in recent years, since the Second World War, there were huge numbers of peoples in their millions who were moved from lands, moved to basically there was non-stop fighting between ethnic minorities. Right, you're going to Greece, you're going to Turkey, you're going to Albania, you're going wherever. This has actually been incredibly common, and of course we've seen the ethnic cleansing of Jews and Christians in the Middle East without anyone batting an eye about that. Do you think that may be the answer?
I mean, I think
she's literally asking, what's a little ethnic cleansing here and there? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the big deal? As long as you do it, like, non-violently, because, there's definitely a way to non-violently kick somebody off their land against their will, right? Some soldiers show up with guns and they point it at the person and they say, you better get out of your own damn home or we're going to kill you. But that's, if you do it without anybody actually getting hurt, that's fine, right? What? Look, here's the thing that's driving me crazy about what we're witnessing in Gaza right now. Despite everybody's political differences, their deep differences, I had some sense, and I think most people did, that on some level, we all agree to some very, very basic things. Like, for example, ethnic cleansing and genocide is wrong no matter who does it. But what I've learned over these past however many months it's been now, is that, of course, not only is that not true, it's not even close to true. You basically have in the West like a 50-50 debate, and some of the loudest voices in media being on the wrong side, saying, actually, I think in this instance, ethnic cleansing and genocide is either not ethnic cleansing and genocide, or it is and it's okay that it's those things. In this case, she's like, well, what's the problem? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? You forcibly remove somebody from where they've lived their entire life, on their land, on their property. You forcibly remove them somewhere else, and then you say, hey, this has happened historically. Oh, that argument drives me crazy. It's like when people bring up the bombing of Dresden and the nuking of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, well, we've done horrific atrocities in the past, so why wouldn't we do horrific atrocities today? No, the whole point is, this is why we have the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Geneva Conventions and the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice and international humanitarian law. We have that because everybody looked at the horrors of what happened and said, let's not be fucking idiots. These are horrors. We need to stop it. But no, people are literally invoking that. Like, what's the problem? Just do more atrocities. Yeah, well, I'm sure if it was happening to you and your family members and your friends, I'm sure you'd have the same reaction. What's a little atrocity here and there? Sure, kill my best friend. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Israel kills journalist Hiba Abadle, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, and her daughter in an airstrike that targeted their house in Gaza. So now, the number from Euromed Monitor was 105 journalists killed by Israel. Now that number's, again, certainly going to go up. We've had a number of stories in the past few days of more journalists being directly targeted. Israel's targeted journalists and academics on purpose. Anybody who's good at getting the story and the narrative for Palestinians out there, that's what they do to them. All right, and finally, X suspended the official account of Hamas's military wing only a few hours after it was created. The account had over 125,000 followers in a few hours. Social media users criticized the move as all Israeli military accounts, including the IOF's, continue to exist on the platform. So look, let's understand something. This is in no way, shape, or form a defense of Hamas and their tactics and their strategies and their war crimes. But if you have the IDF, whose leaders are literally making genocidal comments on a daily basis, we've heard these people float nuking Gaza multiple times. We've heard them say Palestinians are human animals. We've heard them say there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. We've heard them say we're going to thin out Gaza, do voluntary relocation, which isn't really voluntary after we bomb your house. They've said all matter of genocidal things. And they are also in the process of having those actions back up those genocidal comments. They are following through with it. North Gaza no longer exists. You have 28,000 dead Palestinian civilians. And if the IDF can stay on there and lie every single day relentlessly, then there is no reason why Hamas can't get on. Oh, but Hamas are terrorists. They killed innocent civilians. The IDF has literally killed more innocent civilians. And if you genuinely think that, well, Hamas means to kill civilians and the IDF doesn't, if you believe that at this late date, I don't know what to tell you. You're just ignorant as fuck, or you're an idiot, or you're lying. Because you don't get a 92% civilian death rate as an oopsie. You don't get that. That's not a thing. And remember, Hamas killed 55% military targets, 45% innocent civilians. So any argument used to say you got to keep Hamas off would also apply to the IDF. Even just the dumb argument of like, well, if it's state-sanctioned violence, then it's okay, then it's allowed. Well, Hamas is technically the government of Gaza. So that, in a sense, is state-sanctioned violence when they do violence as well. Now, look, I don't agree with the violence, right? But if you're going to allow the IDF to go out there and say insane things on a daily basis, you have to allow Hamas to do the same thing. But this just goes to show you the bias. So anyway, that's the set.
Questions about the lawsuit that's been covered on this show. Tell us a little bit about what Blinken had to say when he was in Israel yesterday, facing questions actually about the genocide claims.
Yeah, he actually, so here's from his opening remarks at his press briefing yesterday, where he brings up the genocide charges that South Africa has filed. South Africa has been joined by Malaysia and Turkey at this point. France has said that they will respect the decision of the International Court of Justice, though they have not joined the prosecution yet. One, as I think was discussed on the show yesterday, one Israeli Knesset member has said, Ofer Kassif has said that he has endorsed also those genocide charges, which is fascinating development. But let's play Blinken yesterday.
We believe the submission against Israel to the International Court of Justice distracts the world from all of these important efforts. And moreover, the charge of genocide is meritless. It's particularly galling, given that those who are attacking Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, as well as their supporter Iran, continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews. On this trip, I came to Israel after meeting with the leaders of Turkey, Greece, Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. All of those leaders share our concern about the spread of the conflict. Nonetheless, 90% of Gaza's population continues to face acute food insecurity, according to the United Nations. For children, the effects of long periods without sufficient food can have lifelong consequences.
So within about a minute of saying that the charges of genocide are meritless and baseless, he adds, oh, and by the way, the United Nations says that 90% of Palestinians in Gaza are on the brink of starvation.
And the charge of genocide.
How do we square that?
So this is South Africa at the International Court of Justice, and Ryan mentioned joined by these other countries now. So one of the people who has actually argued successfully at the International Court of Justice, Francis Boyle, went on Democracy Now! And had a really interesting perspective on what could happen with this particular suit going forward too. We have a clip of that we can roll now.
I was the first lawyer ever to win anything under the Genocide Convention from the International Court of Justice that goes back to 1921. I single-handedly won 2 world court orders for the Republic of Bosnia-Herzegovina against Yugoslavia to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide. And based on my careful review of all the documents so far submitted by the Republic of South Africa, I believe South Africa will win an order against Israel to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide against the Palestinians. Under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention, all contracting parties, 153 states, will then be obliged, quote, to prevent, unquote, the genocide by Israel against the Palestinians. Second, when the World Court gives this cease and desist order against Israel, the Biden administration will stand condemned under Article 3, Paragraph E of the Genocide Convention that criminalizes complicity in genocide.
And Ryan, I wonder actually if Blinken is addressing that and sort of preemptively in his scripted
That
remarks.
is Anthony Blinken. He can keep running his mouth. He will be tried for that too. Nobody say he's gonna be locked up. His ass not gonna be leaving the United States of America real goddamn soon for his compliance and war crimes. Him coming on TV and saying that the allegations are baseless, he's complicit. That mean what you mean baseless? They even pointed out they're even going off what the Israelis done said. They said they're trying to starve them. Starve them to death. That's genocide. So they just keep on making it worse for themselves. They can't understand their way of ruling the world is over day by day, and they just can't get it.
Because, as we just heard Boyle say, at least from the perspective of the ICJ, there's a case that can actually might have some legs.
Yeah, that according to Boyle, one of who won maybe the most high profile case before that court, they have a good South Africa has a good chance of winning this case, which then creates legal obligations, for the United States, and which then puts the United States in an even trickier position vis-a-vis the Houthis, who say that they are currently right now basically enacting their responsibilities and obligations under Article 1 of the Convention around the prevention of genocide.
Okay, that
all states have a duty to intervene to stop genocide, not just to not do genocide themselves, but if they are aware of it happening, it's their obligation to step in, and that's related to the way that the world did not step in during the Holocaust. In fact, the United States famously kind of turning away Jewish refugees fleeing the Holocaust and sending them back. And so the result was this law, this international law that says you're supposed to intervene. The Houthis say that they're operating under that pretext. If the International Court of Justice says, in fact, there is an international obligation to stop this, that makes the U.S. threats against the Houthis that much harder, I think, to sustain morally.
Completely changes that. But to sustain morally, I feel like we could have a debate on that. But to sustain even just as a member of the Security Council and a leading nation in
embarrassing and hypocritical and all that, yeah.
But also, I would imagine there are further legal machinations that would interfere. Going forward, that you have to sort of, from the U.S. I mean, maybe if you're Blinken, you say, yeah, we can swat these down, like a fly swatter, like left and right as they come up. I don't think that's sustainable at all when you get into exactly what you're just saying with how it affects other combatants in situations.
Yeah, and not to tease the news that Ken Klivenstein is going to have later today, but that it implicates that exact question, the U.S.'s role in this war and what its legal exposure is. And related to that, and we don't have this clip enough of looking at Blinken, we can just read some of what he said at this press conference. This is all related to the humanitarian crisis that the Israeli blockade and bombardment has created. And so at the center of that, behind the scenes, is this dispute between Israel and the United Nations over how to get humanitarian aid in. Israel does not want the UN involved at all. They basically, the UN is like a cat's paw for Hamas. And so you had recently had Senators Chris Van Hollen, Jeff Merkley go over to Rafah crossing, and every aid worker that you talk to says there is not enough aid getting in because of the logistical difficulties thrown up by Israel around the idea. They say it's about making sure that no weapons wind up in the hands of Hamas.
And Israel is responding to a real logistical challenge presented by Hamas, which actually, there is evidence, and there's a question of how widespread it is, but there is evidence of, for example, gunmen taking over trucks, taking the aid from the trucks, and all of that. That is a real problem for Israel.
There's a huge breakdown. There's a coming social breakdown because of the way that everything has collapsed and you just have 2 million people living in tight quarters and nobody getting enough food, water, or medicine.
Right.
Although even if you were able to smuggle in a couple weapons, like let's imagine that you could, let's say the UN completely somehow failed to allow a few boxes of bullets or guns to go through. It's the most kind of well-equipped military in the world against 10,000, 20,000, how many are left? People just hold up. Like, is that worth starving 2 million people over? Well, and that's granting 100% of the benefit of the doubt to the Israeli argument, rather than taking a lot of the Israeli officials at their word, which is that they actually believe that the starvation policy is the goal itself, not an unfortunate byproduct, but not a bug, but a feature.
Right. No, absolutely.
And so Blinken in his press briefing brought up the UN, and he said, and you have kind of this is diplomacy, so you have to kind of read between the lines a little bit. But he says the United Nations is playing an indispensable role in addressing the immense humanitarian needs in Gaza. There is simply no alternative. I spoke last night with the UN's new senior humanitarian reconstruction coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, about all these efforts that are underway. And then he says, Sigrid Kaag is someone I worked very closely with a few years ago when she led the UN mission that destroyed the Assad regime's chemical weapons in Syria. So I can say from experience, she has what it takes to get this job done. She has America's full support. She must have Israel's as well. So that Blinken very clearly, but kind of going, how would you describe that? Like kind of elliptical language. But he's saying we support the UN. And we want the UN involved in this. Yes. The UN has to be involved in this. But then he says she must have Israel's as well, meaning she doesn't yet have Israel's support. And it raises the question of, like, what's the point of being a superpower if you have to like beat around the bush and like beg and cajole to get your priorities enacted in the face of the greatest humanitarian crisis that we've seen on this planet in a very long time?
It'll be interesting to see how this transpires, because to your point earlier, and we've talked about this a lot, there's the tug of war internally within the Knesset, within Israel's own government, about how to best prosecute this war. You have some people talking about Dresden. You have some people talking about, the very real concerns of the people in Gaza, and it's difficult to know. And actually, it's difficult to know because I think it's unclear within the Netanyahu administration itself what the real policy is. Is the real policy that is the real end here, that starvation is the way to prosecute the war? Is the end here that you have to sort of keep the United States happy, keep your sort of international partners happy, play nice with the UN, and you also have to, do what is morally right and ensure that innocent civilians are able to eat and drink clean water and have medical care? All of that, I think, is genuinely unclear because Israel is divided on what is the way to go forward. And so that's where the US, what is the point of being a superpower if you have to kind of beat around the bush?
And you can't even get your client to do what you need to do.
Will they? I mean, so what we just saw in the last month is the US say, let's draw this war back. Let's sort of do an indefinite pause on the parking lot dynamics here in Gaza as the new year starts. That's exactly what happened. And so, I mean, we obviously are pulling some serious strings.
Although you're still seeing airstrikes.
Right.
I guess fewer.
They've shifted to what are they saying? Precision operations, even though they were
still hitting residential buildings, killing children. But yes,
they also had always said
was.
They were doing precision too. And this goes back to how unclear the strategy of the war is. They were talking about how they were doing precision at the same time they were talking about turning Gaza into a parking lot. Precision versus parking lot. Like, this has been the theme of their stated strategy, is that it's muddled.
And to see how muddled it is elsewhere in the country, fascinating development reported by Axios here. You can put up this last element. So basically, Netanyahu's on a call. And the element we have up here is ask Zelensky, UAE rebuffs Bibi request to pay Palestinian workers barred from Israel. So Netanyahu, right after October 7th, basically told West Bank Palestinian workers they could no longer travel into Israel to work anymore.
Right.
So now 150,000 or so Palestinian workers are owed unemployment benefits. Meanwhile, the right-wing elements of Netanyahu's government, well, the furthest right-wing elements, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and others, have insisted that no money, because I think who's the finance minister? Smotrich.
Yeah.
He's like they're all Nazis. Everyone in Gaza is a Nazi, and they're terrorists in the West Bank, and I'm not sending them their money. So this is something that Blinken was asked about at the press briefing yesterday. This is Palestinian Authority money that is sitting in Israeli accounts that Israel has blocked from getting to the Palestinian Authority. Now, the Shin Bet and the military establishment in Israel has said this is a horrible idea. Like, set the ethics aside of whose money it is. Why are you going to create enormous economic-based instability in the West Bank, like at this very moment? Like, this is not what we need. But Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and others have said, if you release that money to them, we're quitting the government. We will leave. And Netanyahu apparently believes that he can't keep together a coalition without the far right. So what does he do? He calls up Mohammed bin Zayed over at the UAE. He's like, yeah, they've got money over it.
Right.
The Emiratis got money. And the bin Zayed was so appalled by the request that they leaked it to the press. And said, so Netanyahu said, hey, can you pay the unemployment benefits of these Palestinian workers that I'm borrowing from Israel? And he's like, are you joking?
Right.
And to show how ridiculous he thought the request was, he said, why don't you go ask Zelensky?
Ask Zelensky.
Zelensky's gotten a lot of money from your friends lately. He's got a lot sitting around. Go ask him for some money if you've got a problem. Or give the Palestinians their money.
Wow, that's crazy. He told him, go ask Zelensky. Zelensky got all of that stolen money. That's crazy.
Or let them work. Like, what's your long-term strategy here? Like the way that Gaza turned into the complete economic basket case that it's been for the last 2 decades is not because of, say, Hamas decided to turn it into some terror den. It's because Gazans were no longer allowed to leave, and the entire economy was based on exchange with the rest of Israel. And so what's left then? Well, just guess we're going to fight.
Negotiating with, again, this is where Netanyahu is in a serious jam when it comes to not an unpredictable one, and he knew that all along. I mean, if this ever happened, they understood exactly what kind of problems they would be facing. And this is obviously one of them. When you're looking at the same dynamics we just talked about with the UN when it comes to this money, that in order for him to maintain his coalition, he has to keep Smotrich, Ben-Gvir happy, and to keep them happy, you have to piss a lot of other people off. And you have to,
including all these people you owe money to,
including that, and including the United States. And so, again, none of this is like simple. It's obviously extremely complicated, both strategically and politically. Morally is the other question. And when you kind of I think there's a benefit in some sense of being here in the United States. You can sort of see things in a way that's not even just the United States. I mean, if you're outside of the war zone, you have the benefit of, for example, some additional clarity that you don't necessarily always have. That doesn't mean we know better. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that you're at least able to take a step back and emotionally see that there's a real moral problem for everyone.
And to the extent it's complicated from Netanyahu's perspective of trying to stay in power in an untenable situation.
But I mean, genuinely,
he's got the world held hostage in a way, because if he leaves office, he might go to jail because of these previous corruption charges. So he's just doing any dance that he can and doing anything to stay in power.
And also,
which is, I feel like the rest of the world should be like, okay, fine, we won't prosecute you for these corruption charges if you will just rationally come to some end of this. Now, I think a lot of the world would like to see him prosecuted for war crimes, so that's complicated. But having all of this held hostage by his corruption charges from the past, it just makes it that much more difficult to then sort through the question of what coalition ought to be running the government.
Also, there, I mean, it is a complicated question when it comes to whether or not you're, by helping civilians, you're arming your enemy. And to some extent, you absolutely are helping your enemy when you are taking care of civilians. But that's something that after World War II, we kind of came to the table and said, you know, there's a serious give and take here that needs to, here's how we've sort of mapped this out morally, legally. And that's, you know, I'm not saying that's easy, at least. That's genuinely a very complicated moral question. But again, you know, we can see pretty clearly what's happened to civilians in Gaza.
has once again showcased its determination to influence Israel into accepting a ceasefire in Gaza, aiming to protect innocent lives. Despite facing challenges from the maritime coalition led by the United States and United Kingdom, Yemen has persistently disrupted ships supplying the occupation. The recent barrage from multiple platforms indicates the Yemeni army's commitment to fulfilling its moral responsibility to bring about peace in the Palestinian peninsula. Despite pressure from YouTube regulators, the OMT news team has remained committed to upholding the truth. Support honest reporting by liking and sharing to raise awareness. Subscribe to stay updated on the latest developments in Palestine. The strike conducted last night was described as highly intense and coordinated, involving numerous drones, missiles, and anti-ship ballistics platforms, showcasing Yemen's resistance against the coalition. Although the impact of the strike resulted in no reported injuries or damage to ships, it significantly affected shipping companies, prompting concerns about the Red Sea being perceived as a war zone. Consequently, many companies might avoid the region to safeguard their cargoes from the determined Ansarallah Salvation Army. This situation implies a potential loss of sea-bound goods to the occupation. As the operation persists into the new year, the occupation's economy could face shortages of essential goods, potentially pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu's temporary occupation cabinet to seek practical political solutions to the Gaza deadlock. The intertwining of economic factors and geopolitical events can indeed have substantial impacts on economies and global trade routes. The situation highlights how conflicts in the Red Sea region can have far-reaching consequences, especially in terms of trade disruptions and inflationary pressures. The rise in inflation, albeit a slight easing in December, appears to be a concern for the occupation's economy. The central bank's response through incremental interest rate hikes aims to manage inflation within the government's target range. Such measures often have implications for borrowing, spending, and investment, influencing economic activity. The decision of shipping companies to avoid the Red Sea due to concerns related to ongoing conflicts demonstrates the immediate impact on global trade routes. The significance of the Red Sea in facilitating a substantial portion of global trade underscores the potential ripple effects when disruptions occur. Arsenio Dominguez's emphasis on prioritizing safety, navigation freedom, and supply chain stability reflects the broader concerns faced by the International Maritime Organization in ensuring smooth and secure global trade routes. Redirecting ships to alternative routes, though a safety measure, comes with its own set of challenges: increased travel time, elevated freight rates, and adverse effects on international trade. This intricate network of economic and geopolitical dynamics requires careful navigation and coordinated efforts to mitigate disruptions and maintain stability in global trade. The resolution of the ongoing crisis in Gaza could significantly alleviate the adverse impacts on the global economy, particularly concerning the world's crucial shipping route. Many have questioned why it's challenging for the West, especially the US, to intervene and bring stability to Gaza in exchange for ensuring the well-being of this vital shipping route. There's a perception that the United States prioritizes the occupation's battlefield success over safeguarding the rights of Gaza's populace, to live in a peaceful and prosperous state. Allegations suggest that the US may have an agenda that doesn't solely focus on human rights protection, but rather aims at ensuring the complete subjugation of the vulnerable people in Gaza. However, if this analysis isn't accurate, it raises questions about why it's complicated to impose sanctions on the occupation government and restrict its access to political and military resources for continued aggression in Gaza. There seems to be a deliberate effort to bolster the occupation's position and attribute the Red Sea situation solely to Yemen, despite the fact that peace prevailed in the region until intensified aggression in Gaza by occupation forces. This aggression reportedly resulted in the tragic loss of thousands of lives, including many children. Help us share this information by liking and sharing this video to ensure it reaches a wider audience. Subscribe to stay updated on
Recent reports from various sources, including OMT News, suggest a significant discrepancy in the number of casualties within the occupation forces in the Gaza conflict. According to these reports, there are claims of a substantial loss of soldiers, particularly on the Khan Yunis axis, with figures reaching as high as 200 casualties. However, there are conflicting accounts and discrepancies in the numbers reported by different media outlets. The Hebrew media has indicated a higher casualty count from a recent operation, which allegedly remains undisclosed by the occupation leadership, possibly to prevent domestic backlash. This unverified information, if accurate, could significantly increase the total reported casualties for the occupation army, contrasting sharply with the officially reported figure of 180 casualties. Ground observations challenge these official figures, with some estimates suggesting a much higher count, reaching around 5,000 wounded soldiers. OMT News emphasizes the commitment to accurate reporting despite pressure and scrutiny. Sharing and subscribing to support honest reporting are encouraged to raise awareness of the ongoing situation in Palestine. There are reports detailing instances where the occupation forces suffered significant losses due to actions by Palestinian resistance members. One incident involves an alleged attack on a house used as a military base, resulting in substantial casualties among the occupation soldiers. Additionally, reports claim an ambush on occupation forces entering the Gaza Strip, although the authenticity of these claims remains unconfirmed by independent sources, despite some released videos. According to its character, the occupation has continued to underreport its casualty figure in combat. They have been caught severally trying to spin the truth and prevent information about the true picture from hitting the media. There are many alleged cases of suppression of figures in the hospitals across occupied Palestinian cities like Tel Aviv and other areas. It appears there's a discrepancy in the reported numbers of wounded soldiers between the data gathered from hospitals and the figures released by the army. According to hospital records, the count of injured soldiers stands at 3,117, a number double the army's reports. For instance, Barzilai Medical Center in Ashkelon treated 1,949 injured soldiers since October 7th, while the army reports a total of 1,593 wounded soldiers across all units. Other hospitals such as Asuta in Ashdod, Ichilov in Tel Aviv, Rambam in Haifa, Hadassah, and Sha'arei Tzedek in Jerusalem have also treated significant numbers of injured soldiers. It's important to note that these figures exclude wounded security personnel from various units, such as special reconnaissance fighters, SWAT units, police, border police, Shin Bet, and emergency and rescue units like Magen David Adom. Hospital officials have expressed concerns about the guidelines imposed by the military regarding the reporting of details about wounded soldiers. They've mentioned the presence of Army spokespersons' unit delegates in hospitals, insisting that all press releases and responses to media inquiries about wounded soldiers must receive their approval. Spread the word by liking and sharing this video so others can see it too. Hit
Palestinians gathered Wednesday in the Nelson Mandela Square of Ramallah to thank South Africa for filing a case against Israel at the International Court of Justice, ICJ. Participants held banners calling for ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Mandela compared the plight of Palestinians with that of black South Africans during apartheid. The mayor of Ramallah, which is located in the occupied West Bank, was full of gratitude.
Today we say thank you. Thank you to South Africa. Thank you for filing case against occupation at the ICJ. We believe that many countries felt our pain, but South Africa decided to put it materially on paper, and file a case.
The case is expected to begin preliminary hearings on Thursday. The filing argues that Israeli acts, which are allegedly genocidal in character, include the killing of Palestinians in Gaza, causing serious mental and bodily harm, and deliberately inflicting conditions meant to bring about their physical destruction as a group.
We're moving into this story here about Joe Biden's appearance at AME Church, Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina, with Joe Biden again, Jim Clyburn by his side. Now, this video in particular has gone pretty viral. So Joe Biden actually, he made this appearance at the church. And I talked about this on Rising earlier today too. I think I'm missing this one right here. Yeah, give me a second, guys. Okay, yeah. We're going to start with this one first. So I want to start with the beginning of the speech. We're not playing the entire speech on here. That's not going to happen. But just this first part. Joe Biden speaking at Emanuel Church. I want you to hear what he mentions, and I'm going to tell you why he has the nerve to do so. Listen to this.
God was pierced by bullets and hate and rage, propelled by not just gunpowder, but by a poison that's for too long haunted this nation. What is that poison? White supremacy. Oh, it is. It's a poison. Throughout our history, it's ripped this nation apart. This has no place in America. Not today, tomorrow, or ever.
So that was Joe Biden speaking at the Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Now, that's not just any black church. That is the church where Dylan Roof killed 9 black church members in Charleston, South Carolina. There's Joe Biden talking about white supremacy. Joe Biden, of all people. Joe Biden, who was friends with segregationists and was a segregationist himself. Joe Biden, who was friends with Strom Thurmond. Joe Biden, who co-wrote the crime bills, which destroyed black men in the African-American community. And he's going to talk about the dangers of white supremacy. One of the people that has been incredibly dangerous to the African-American community and has done so via legislation has been Joe Biden. And that's even worse because Joe Biden created laws on the books that criminalized black men in this country harsher than white men because of the crime bills. And he wrote those with Strom Thurmond, racist Strom Thurmond. Joe Biden, who said he didn't want his kids to go to an integrated school. And he's going to come to this church and he's going to preach to them about white supremacy, the dangers of white supremacy. Don't be fooled, folks. Just because someone like Joe Biden has a black friend doesn't mean he is not as much a threat to you as the ones who are more overt about it. Don't make no mistake. During this appearance, There were protesters at the church who disrupted Joe Biden's speech. And I want you to hear what the protesters did. And we're going to get into the thick of this. I talked about this earlier on Rising this morning as well. But having lived in South Carolina, there's some things I want you to see. And we're going to point out some key problems here. And Black people, we got to make some changes. We got to make some changes. Let's get into this clip here.
We care about the lives lost here. You should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
We're going to pause here because I want to show you something. Trying to see where the thing is here. Right here. So the look on Joe Biden's face when the protesters interrupt his speech, and then there's Jim Clyburn sitting there to the left of him. Look at who is there front and present. There's Jim Clyburn, and then you have two elder members of the church. Now look at the congregation. It's mainly the younger people who are standing up, demanding a ceasefire. Now, he comes to this church where 9 Black people were killed and talks about supremacy at the same time while he is funding genocide abroad against the Palestinian people. How tone deaf can you be? So the protesters have every right. They have every right to push back against Joe Biden. For the people who are sitting up here saying, how dare they disrupt a Black space? They shouldn't have been there in the first place. Like I said this morning on Rising, Joe Biden is there. Joe Biden isn't Black. And you see he's in there. It's okay for him to be there. Let's continue. Watch this. These are our Black elders chanting 4 more years. These are our Black, and a couple of, there's also white visitors as well, which if I'm going to make a guess, having lived in South Carolina, they're probably not regular members of that church, but they came there to hear Joe Biden speak. But you see our Black elders chanting 4 more years. Not even paying attention to what the younger people have said. You are funding a genocide abroad, and you say you care about life and you care about humanity for people. And it's as if, I don't know what happened to a lot of our elders, but it's as if all this revolution and fight that they had back in the 60s and 70s, it's as if they pretend like this life never existed. Just sitting up there chanting 4 more years. 4 more years of what? Next time someone says that to you, ask them, 4 more years of what? 4 more years of $7.25 minimum wage, federal minimum wage? 4 more years of the Democratic Party ignoring Black voters? 4 more years of that? 4 more years of what? It's the same thing over and over. So then we get to just look at Jim, okay? Jim Clyburn. Did I get back to Jim? Did I skip him? Jim Clyburn. Right here. And I called him a sidekick this morning, and I stand by it. He's a sidekick. Joe Biden's sidekick. Why are you carrying this man? Joe Biden, who don't know where he is half the time. Why are you carrying this man? What is this really about? These are the people who are holding us back. These are the people who are preventing us from making any type of progress. And do not come to me and tell me Jim Clyburn did a lot of progressive things in the community back in the day. This is not back in the day. This is 2023. What is he doing now? I said this morning, Jim Clyburn has one of the poorest districts in the country. Jim's not poor. Carry and wait for Joe Biden. You sit here, you sit next to this man, and you pretend like nothing he did. Like it doesn't even matter. You sit next to this man, and all of a sudden you forget he wrote the crime bills. Has Joe Biden done anything to try to reverse the crime bills? No. He won't even decriminalize marijuana on the federal level, and he can do that with executive order. You sit next to him like a puppet. So miss me with the I did this during the civil rights era. None of that shit matters today. Now, I want to show you something else. Because, of course, they got to have the people come in and back them. Simone Sanders, right? Simone Sanders says Mother Emanuel AME is hallowed ground in the AME church community. And in Charleston especially, the shock of people in the crowd at protesters yelling out while President Biden was speaking from the pulpit cannot be overstated. I, too, couldn't believe it. My response was, I find genocide appalling. That was my response to Simone. Nick, my comrade from RBN, said the Black church continues to sell its people out to the genocidal pro-police Democratic Party. Fuck you and anyone using Black people to shield a genocide. We need to talk about the Simones, okay? We need to talk about the people who are trying to keep the seat that they got in corporate media so they're willing to shill for Joe Biden. I've watched this woman continue to embarrass herself, capping for this man, okay? This woman who jumped across the stage when there were bodyguards present, jumped across the stage to save Joe Biden from a protester when he was running for president, and he still turned around and gave the press secretary job to Jen Psaki and not you, boo. And you're still tap dancing for Joe Biden. How you go from Bernie's campaign and you're pro-Medicare for all? How you go from being a part of I'm pro-Medicare for all to I'm riding with Biden? Who was against Medicare for all? You do it if you're trying to be an opportunist. That's what you do. Simone Sanders is more upset that there were protesters and some of them white decided to stand up and push back against Joe Biden's statement because he's complicit and funding a genocide. She's more upset with the protesters than what Joe Biden is doing. Well, they shouldn't be in that space because that's not for white people. And you see all the white people in the church? The man speaking is white. You find with him, though. You find with him. There's always those people that are going to continue to defend people like Joe Biden because they want to keep their spots. She wants to keep that MSNBC gig. We told you what happened with Mehdi Hasan. So here she come out here to let me jump and save and defend Joe Biden. These are the people that we refer to at RBN as the Black misleadership class. The Jim Clyburns, the Simone Sanders, the Al Sharptons, the Jason Johnsons. These people have led us nowhere while they just continue to get paid. These people have sat back and their pockets are swollen. But you still trying to figure out how you're going to pay the light bill next month. All these years, these people have been telling you to do the same damn thing. And you've been doing it. Some of you have been doing it. And you still struggling. And these people have become rich. Something don't add up to me, bruh. I don't see them trying to use their riches to help out you. Say what you want about me. Number one, I'm not rich, but I help out in the community. Those of us at RBN, we do mutual aid. We do clothing drives. We do food drives. We help out people in the community. These people have gotten fat checks by telling you to do something that they know is not going to help you in the end. And that's what pisses me off. Where are the people from the past? Where are the people who will really push back and stand up against this if they were alive today? You think Fred Hampton would go along with this BS? We switch back to Jim Clyburn. I'm going to tell you why he's complicit. I said this earlier this morning on Rising. Listen to what I said about Jim Clyburn, because he's partly to blame for this too.
But we can't be mistaken. Jim Clyburn is sitting there right next to Joe Biden, almost as a sidekick, so to speak. And Jim Clyburn bears the responsibility of some of this as well, because he was the one that told his constituents to support Joe Biden in 2020, because Joe Biden was going to deliver for the African-American community. I actually graduated from the University of South Carolina, but I didn't grow up in South Carolina. So I never really understood the admiration for someone like Jim Clyburn. People would say to me, it's because he hosts a fish fry. You can fry your own fish. This just goes to show you how little we are willing to settle for in the Black community. We need to start asking these leaders, some of the Black leaders, what are they doing for the community today? And Jim Clyburn is not doing much for the community today. His district is one of the poorest districts in the country. Meanwhile, Jim is living just fine. So I think people like him have led us down this path. They've had us continue on the same path that we've been doing for the past couple decades, which is why we haven't received any type of progress when it comes to politics in this country. Now, in reference to Simone Sanders, we have to remember Simone Sanders was Joe Biden's senior advisor when he was running for president for 2020. She was hoping that she would get that press secretary gig. That didn't pan out for her. He gave that to Jen Psaki instead. And it almost seems like they gave her an MSNBC position kind of to just quiet her for so much of a bit. But this is Simone Sanders' job. She is still supposed to carry weight for the Democratic Party, to carry weight for Joe Biden, to defend him at all costs. And when she makes this statement that she's more concerned about the protesters that confronted Joe Biden, I'm more concerned about genocide, Simone. I'm more concerned about our tax dollars being spent to fund these wars abroad. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Democratic Party till this day refuses to give any type of real concessions to the African-American community. Those are the things that Simone Sanders should be upset about, but she's not. She's trying to make sure she holds her spot at MSNBC.
I think you make a number. Okay, and then Bree comes in there. So we need to bring up this issue with Jim Clyburn. First of all, I'll say this again. Fry your own fish. Like, fry your own fish. This was the weirdest thing to me, you guys. Okay, so I didn't grow up in South Carolina, but I graduated from the University of South Carolina. So when I moved, I was very confused how much power this man actually had. And people would say, well, Clyburn said this and Clyburn said that. I'm like, first of all, who the hell was Clyburn? Who the hell was Clyburn? And people would tell me, yeah, he hosts a fish fry. Everybody loves Clyburn's fish fry. You got to support Clyburn. And this just is bizarre to me because this man hosts a fish fry. Fry your own damn fish, people. Fry your own fish. This just goes to show you how little we are willing to settle for in the Black community. We're so excited this guy does a damn fish fry. We're willing to overlook the fact that the Democratic Party for decades has given us no concessions.
Ain't just fish fries. I've seen them come to these churches and these preachers and the Democratic puppets are coming out and they'll say, tell them to vote straight Democrat, come register to vote. And they got watermelon, they got chicken, they got they got all of that at the park, barbecue. Like, what? Yes. Chicken, watermelon. I mean, these people just, the Black preachers here, we love watermelon. We love watermelon. That's a favorite in the South. Nah, coon, shut the hell up. But this is true. So I'm throwing old fish fry and all that type of cooning and shucking and jiving to get some votes. It's normal plantation, yes, sir, massa type of nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? We don't want to eat. We come for business. We ain't coming for coffee and cupcakes and cookies.
As a community. And every other group in this country has asked for concessions. They get concessions. We have gotten nothing. And you got people here cheering about a damn fish fry. That's what bothered me the most. That's what bothered me the most. People being misled by this guy. And I want to show you something from Phil Scott because he hit the nail on the head when he talked about, he's going to show you how Jim Clyburn treats his constituents. This is the real Jim Clyburn that people need to see. He is the person that is leading Black people down this road. He is in community with the Black church. So when he shows up and he tells them to do something, they are going to do it. He is a part of the Black misleadership class, and he is holding the Black community back. And it is time for new leaders. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. People like Jim need to retire and step aside. Fred Hampton would have never led you down this road. MLK would have never led you down this road. Malcolm X would not have led you down this road. The Jim Clyburns are leading you down the road of status quo, do nothing Democrats that are going to give you nothing in return. And I don't want that type of a leader. I don't know about you, but I want someone who's going to be a leader that's going to lead us to some real concessions, okay? Listen to what Phil Scott said about how Jim Clyburn treats people in his community. Listen to this.
Election that happened after the fact. And what did Black folks do? Black folks in South Carolina went out and voted for him again, even though he said blatantly, you're not getting no cash payments. This is not a white supremacist talking. This isn't the average, everyday, them folks that just don't want Black people to have nothing. This isn't Ron DeSantis. This is Clyburn. See, when y'all point out Ron DeSantis and all the Tommy Tubervilles, what about the Clyburns? To me, the Clyburns is worse than the Tommy Tubervilles. Why is it that what Clyburn says isn't blown up except in our spaces?
Think about what he just said. It's easy to call out people who are Republicans that are against these things, but it's harder for people to call out, especially when you have Black Democrats who talk to the people in the community this kind of way while they getting paid. These the people you need to focus on because they're the ones that are within the community, misleading the community.
He told you you're not getting it. What kind of representation is that for Black folks to have? But the reason why he's so arrogant is because the majority of you Black folks in America and definitely South Carolina keep sending him back. Now, he's staying on message with this. Let's fast forward to 2022. And he was at his annual fish fry that he normally have. And yeah, Black people having all the health problems that we have. And yet when you give Black folks something, you're going to give them some fried food. Fine. He has his annual fish fry. All the Democrats come out. All the people come out to eat some old fried food. I heard that's dry. Don't taste too good at all. So this particular clip that we're going to play here, you know, it's courtesy of what we saw posted from the Black channel. Shout out to them. But let's go ahead and roll that one.
I'm doing well. Listen, but I gotta go. But I appreciate the fish fry and everything. I did want to ask though. Reparations is a big thing.
Look, reparations is big with me. I'm the only one that's doing the bill. Why y'all keep fucking with me on that? I'm the only one doing the bill.
You see how he talked to his constituents? You have to read the captions here because there's a woman speaking in the background. You see how he talked to him? He said, why y'all watch this?
I did want to ask though. Reparations is a big thing. Look,
I was saying, hold on, old man. Watch your tone with me. I'm somebody's paw too. We see now how cussing. I didn't use the type of language. We gotta let them bootlickers shoot shiners know. Hey, you gonna respect us, old man. We don't like cuss words. Don't try to use that with us. You don't talk like that around the whites. Oh no, don't be civilized around them colored. Then come around us. You talking that jive talk, nigga.
With me, I'm the only one that's doing the bill. Why y'all keep fucking with me on that?
You heard what he said? He said to one of his own constituents, why y'all keep fucking with me about that? This ain't the first time. He's been approached multiple times by his own constituents, and this is how he talks to them whenever they're like, listen, we need you to do this. We are asking for you to do this kind of thing. This is how he speaks to them. And people still vote for him.
I'm the only one doing the bill. It's my bill.
Which bill?
The reparations bill.
HR 40?
HR 40.
Okay.
And I've been doing it for 20 years, 30 years. And it's been around for 38. So why y'all keep telling me about a bill that's been there for 38 years?
Because they're your constituents. And that bill does not include cash reparations. That's why they're talking to you. Jim Clyburn is one of those people, like, he has big ego and he does not want to be bothered. He feels like you should not come to him with any type of complaints or anything. But I'm sorry, when you sign up to be a politician, that's exactly what people are supposed to do. Now listen to what he says here.
2022, he said that he helped author the bill, that he was part of it. It's his bill, right? So he was playing a different tune. Say, well, I told him in 2019 that you ain't getting it. Forget about it. Now I'm gonna play a different game with him to see, how they're gonna respond in 2022. And in the process, he said, stop effing with him.
Yep.
About it. Because I told y'all back in 2019 that you ain't getting it. I told you that. So now I'm annoyed now. I try to be nice and play a game with you, but now I'm annoyed with you. So that's why I'm saying stop effing with me. This is your representation, Black America, telling one of your constituents, stop effing with me. I have never seen a white politician tell a white person when they ask them about a policy issue for their community to stop effing with me.
You see the problem, people? This is how he speaks to his constituents. He don't give a damn about you. He's just trying to get paid. Now, I want to show you something. We'll skip the Joy Reid one. I don't really need that one. I want to show you something here. I'll show you something else they're doing. Jamie Harrison, also a part of the Black Miss Leadership class. Remember, I used to live there. I'm familiar with how these people move. Let me show you something that he says. Before we get into this, I want to say something else in reference to Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn having this fish fry, which Phil Scott said is not really that good. I mean, but him having this fish fry, right? People will see this as a win. People in the community will see this as a win. Look what Clyburn does for us. Meanwhile, seniors in Jim Clyburn's community are rationing their meds while he's pocketing money from Big Pharma. Meanwhile, still living in one of the poorest districts in the country, but he gave you a fish fry. And then you got this clown, Jamie Harrison. Listen to what he says.
When you think about everything he's done, the first thing he did, even before he became the president of the United States, African-American woman vice president, breaking through that glass ceiling. African-American woman on the Supreme Court, breaking through that tradition to make sure that that voice was represented. So instead of having Black folks at the back of the bus under Joe Biden, we are driving the bus.
So apparently now we're driving the bus because Joe Biden made Kamala Harris his vice president. So he's like African-American woman as vice president, African-American woman on the Supreme Court. So here is Jamie Harrison, also a part of the Black Miss Leadership class. He is here to convince you and make you believe that we're actually driving the bus. Really? Who do we talk about on this show as driving the bus? The billionaires, right? They're the ones that own more wealth than the bottom 99%, right? The billionaires, right? How many Black billionaires in this country? Let's use common sense, people. How many? Can you name them all? We know Oprah, we know Rihanna, but come on, let's think about it. So he's here to let you think that because we have representation, that we are driving the bus. That's his job. To mislead you, to make you think we got big wins. None of that matters when you still look at the wealth percentage in this country and you still see that Black wealth is still at the bottom. Still at the bottom. None of that matters. None of that matters if you don't have any net worth in this country, okay? Your income is nothing without net worth. If you don't own shit, and that's not to talk down to anyone. I'm just telling you how the billionaire class will treat you in this country. I'm just telling you how people will treat you, how you're treated if you don't have it. But he wants you to think you got it all now. How many of these people helping out in the community? How many? Is Kamala Harris out there feeding people when a camera's not around? Ketanji Jackson? All the homeless people in DC that they walk past every day?
And that's what's so important right now, and why I'm so proud. I'm the second person to be elected chair of the black person to be elected chair of the DNC, third black person to hold this role. But it was because of Joe Biden saying that let's give this guy a chance.
And when one of your constituents actually confronted Jamie Harrison, when they asked him about reparations, Jamie Harrison ran off the stage.
Have this voice represented in terms of how this party moves forward. And I can go over and over again of how he has done this. So this is at core and central of who he is. He's not going to run away from it. It is not about something that is politically poll tested. It is about who Joe Biden is and what he fights for each and every day for all of Americans, but specifically so that Black Americans understand that he sees them, that he hears them, and that he's fighting for them every single day.
Fighting for you how? They don't even tell you how. How's he fighting from you? How's he fighting for you? You at the bottom in this country, man. How's he fighting for you? Canceled his promises that he made to you when people said these things about the protesters, and you'll see this as well. Another one. Here is Jason Johnson. This is the same guy who sat up here and said that Breonna Joy Gray and Nina Turner were misfit Black girls. This clown, he keeps popping back up. Don't know this woman. But listen how they mislead you.
You know, Tara, it's such a great point, because I think one of the issues, you know, when they say Biden is old, his age, it's not just his numerical age and his sort of gambit, you know, sort of the way he walks and talks and sounds. It's also his politics are old. Like, he's still sort of doing 90s, 80s politics, including on the Middle East. Let me play a moment that happened in that church and get your comment on it. Here is the protest that happened.
Without the truth, there's no light. Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. I understand the passion. Look, folks, after the civil... Thank you.
And there goes another member of the Black community. I'm projecting that was probably an older member of the Black community, again, heading us down the wrong path. Here she is telling Joe Biden that he's a good man. How do you know he's a good man? Do you know Joe Biden personally? Do you hang out with Joe? You're hanging out at his house? Do you get in Joe's car? Do you call Joe on the phone and you have chats? You don't know. What you do know is his record. How quickly the people from my community just forget. How do you forget these things? We need a complete change when it comes to leadership, when it comes to the Black church. We need a complete change, because some of these pastors, and some people may get mad when I say this, but it is what it is. Some of these pastors have been bought off. Keeping it real. Listen to what they say.
Sarah, that to me says the complete dichotomy with Joe Biden. For Black voters of a certain age, he's their guy. They're the ones who delivered him the nomination, and they're still with him. But then you go under 50, under 40, under 30, you start to see a different story, and then you see some other communities who don't necessarily fill it up. You know, I think that Joe Biden handled that moment brilliantly, because this is a very complicated issue. And, you know, he's been trying to balance doing the right thing from a foreign policy level, what's in the best interest of the U.S. and in the region, with domestic politics. And
it is not a complicated issue. They continue to say this because they don't want to denounce the genocide that's happening in Gaza. Because if you're doing that, then you're calling out Joe Biden's horrible foreign policy coverage and his horrible foreign policy decisions that he has made. That's why they say it's complicated. They do the same thing with Russia and Ukraine. It's complicated. No, it's not really. You got one nation, one state, a nation state that is in power, that has been crushing and oppressing the Palestinian people. Then you got 3 black people on the screen to sit up here and pretend like this shit not really happening. Joy can keep this job. Mehdi will loses his job, but Joy can keep this job because she knows where she can kind of float about in that space, saying things to make it look like she's questioning the narrative without actually questioning the narrative. That's why she got flunkies like Jason Johnson on here.
The timing of this issue couldn't be worse from a domestic policy perspective, because of what you're saying here with certain voting demographics, particularly in the Black community, younger Black Americans, and Arab Americans in this country, in places like Michigan, which is a really important state, key swing state. And this is a challenge because this election is going to be very, 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 very close again. So we can't afford to lose. Biden can't afford to lose any of his coalition. But I also think it's important for people to remember that President Joe Biden, regardless of his age, regardless of his position on the war in Israel and what's happening there in the Middle East, this is a person who has the best interest of all Americans at the forefront. He understands that. And
I can't even continue playing the rest. She's basically telling you to overlook everything else. And she's telling you that he has the best position. If Joe Biden has the best position, he wouldn't have people by the thousands protesting out against him and his decisions that he's made. He does not have your best interest at hand. These are the sellouts, folks. These are the people that have made it into that space because they continue the status quo. Jason Johnson, Joy Reid, and whoever the hell this woman is on the right. These are the people that they put in mainstream media spaces. This is why you don't see people like Breonna Joy Gray on these spaces. You see, they don't invite her on. Do they invite Garland Nixon? Garland Nixon used to be a part of Fox News. Ever since Garland Nixon went independent, do they invite Garland Nixon back onto these spaces? No, because they know what you're going to tell the audience. And their job is to control the narrative. But the thing is this, folks, Black people, we really have to make serious changes. We got to stop following people like Jim Clyburn, Al Sharpton. I don't care about what they did decades ago. I care about what they're doing right now. These people need to retire, and a new generation needs to emerge and lead us in the right direction. And I want you to do so on the basis thinking about what these people would do. Fred Hampton, MLK, Malcolm X, what would they do? What would Kwame Ture tell you to do? Those the people you should be reading about. Those the people you need to be listening to. You go back and listen to the old footage. Those the people that you should be paying attention to. Not people like Jason Johnson and Jim Clyburn, because they're part of the reason why we are stuck where we are right now in the first damn place.
Officials warn Biden is leading the U.S. into a major Middle East war. U.S. officials told HuffPost that no one can rein in Biden and that Israeli officials are hell-bent on a war in southern Lebanon.
No one can rein him in.
Nobody.
Don't give him his talkie pills for the day.
You know, in the end, this is the problem with the way that we set up the system. The one area where a president pretty much has a free hand is in this in matters of war, particularly after 9/11.
Well, just tell him you're doing what he wants. I mean, I assume that's what they're doing anyway.
Yeah, but he gets up in the morning. He thinks he's running the country. There's not too much you can do about it constitutionally. As tensions are soaring in the Middle East due to the brutal Israeli assault on Gaza, U.S. officials are warning that President Biden's decisions could lead to a major regional war. U.S. officials told HuffPost that if Israel provokes a full-blown war in southern Lebanon, the consequences could be catastrophic. Every scenario, quote, every scenario shows this would escalate into something terrible, whether in terms of counterterrorism or war with Iran, unquote, one official said.
Was this No Shit magazine?
Yeah, and really, I mean, you should be terrified reading this, because if you got this high up the food chain that you're privy to these kinds of councils and meetings, and you're saying this, these people are true believers.
I know.
And they're saying this psycho is going to end the world.
I tell Zoomers at every show, you're going to go fight. You're not going to gay your way out. We need you. I'm not going. I'm 46. This ain't Ukraine. You, the pink hair Zoomer, you're going to fight this one out.
I got pins in my ankle. I can't go.
We'll pay for your fake tits if you want, dude, but you're going. You're going?
The official said many in the Biden administration feared unconditional U.S. support for Israel could embolden Israeli officials to expand operations into Lebanon. Last week, Israel significantly escalated the situation by launching a drone strike in Beirut that killed a senior Hamas official who was involved in hostage negotiations.
Is that how they got him? So those hostages are still they're arranging to get their hostages back, but decided to kill him instead of doing that?
Honestly, I don't think they care if they get the hostages back. The
I know
hostages
they don't. Michael
great.
Rappaport tried to sell that
It's
on
a
his
great
Instagram.
pretext. It's a great pretext to do what they've wanted to do. Just like 9/11 was a great pretext for the deep state and our government to do what they wanted to do since the Nixon administration.
Yeah.
A lot
If
of
they
what's
get
in
the
the
hostages
Patriot
back, they're
Act
gonna have
was
to
sitting
stop
in a
the
drawer
violence.
in Dick Cheney's house.
If anything,
for
they don't
20
want him
years.
back.
What's
they
that?
don't.
Yeah.
If anything, they
It's a
don't want him
problem.
back, because once they get the hostages back, then they can't keep bombing. They can't keep moving
Right.
the people out.
Right. Quote, I've been trying to keep an avalanche from falling on Lebanon, and so have a lot of people, the U.S. official said. The problem is no one can rein in Biden. And if Biden has a policy, he's the commander in chief. We have to carry it out. That's what it comes down to. Very, very, very unfortunately.
What?
3 verys.
You
3.
didn't do
That's
that
a
when
lot of
Trump-
verys.
When Trump was in, they didn't say that kind of shit. Oh, the
No, Trump
president
only
said
gave
we
you 2
have to.
varies.
Well, Trump, it was 2
Trump was
verys, and they disobeyed his orders.
Yeah, but the senile one.
Well,
no getting around that guy.
because Biden has more institutional power and backing than Trump ever did. Trump was very isolated. Another U.S. official said that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer are, quote, hell-bent on seizing this moment to expand the war into southern Lebanon and deliver some mythical imagined death blow to Hezbollah. This is what they're trying to do. They want to wipe out the Palestinians from this region.
Right.
And they figure, if in 20 years people want to make a documentary about how wrong it was, well, go ahead.
While we're still fighting
By
it,
that time, but
that's going to be Americans that they're counting on, because they must know the IDF sucks watching them fight. So the idea is America has to come in.
Right.
I've been watching all these phony reps. I can't remember her name. Noe or something. She was on Rappaport and she got on Tim Dillon. And she goes, after 9/11, we knew that Iran was behind it. This bitch is saying Iran did 9/11 with a straight
Still?
face. Currently?
What,
her name
Wow.
is Noah something. She's one of these
hang on. She
influencers.
was on with Michael Rappaport.
She was well, he's got pictures with her, but she said it on Tim Dillon's podcast.
I see.
And just like the obvious manipulation of, oh yeah, we got to go fight Iran. Should we do that for you, Israel? Of course we should.
Right,
Iran was
right.
behind. They were the mastermind behind the whole thing.
Right. The U.S. has sent Biden's energy envoy, Amos Hochstein, who was born in Israel, to try to reach a diplomatic solution between Israel and Hezbollah. but no progress has been made. U.S. officials also told Politico that the administration is drawing up plans to respond to a protracted regional conflict. Lebanon is just one area where Israel's assault on Gaza is spilling out into the region, as the U.S. and its allies are threatening to strike the Houthis in Yemen over their attacks on Israel-linked commercial shipping in the Red Sea, and the U.S. is already in a low-level conflict with Shia militias in Iraq and Syria that could explode.
Oh yeah, U.S. ain't doing shit about that, by the way. That turned out to be a big. We're not doing.
Well, I know
shit.
Italy was like, you go ahead. We are gonna watch it from the shore. Instead of pressuring Israel to end its brutal assault on Gaza and ease tensions with Hezbollah, President Biden is opting for regional escalation as he continues to provide Israel with full-throated military and political support.
Deep-throated, I call it.
Yes, really. And 82% of Muslim voters in America have heard that cry and decided not to vote for him. The official speaking to HuffPost reaffirmed that the Biden administration is not considering placing any conditions on military aid to Israel.
Well, why would it?
Hang on. I thought Blinken said that they're trying very hard to get Israel to quietly.
Where Israel can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
So they're going, Israel, you should stop doing that. It's like, what? But nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. They're saying it too quietly.
Yeah. I said maybe shout it while you hold back money from them.
All those old Jews, they're hard of hearing. You have anything, Keaton?
I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just an unbelievable nightmare. I mean, this this is just an explosion of violence and the threat of violence. This reminds you of what Andrew Tate told Piers Morgan in that interview that he did. You know, he said we were told Trump was this madman who was going to get us all killed, and since he's been gone, we've had nothing but violence and death and war and threats. And I mean, you really just get the sense this can't go much longer. Like, it can't go much longer. We said on our show last night that, you know, we think if Biden gets a second term, which is thankfully pretty unlikely, but if he were to get a second term, he would probably at this rate go down as an even more destructive president than George W. Bush. If he spared a second term, Bush will probably go down as being worse. But if Biden got 2 terms, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. If there's even a history to go down in after Joe Biden is done.
He'd be the funniest. He would
just,
be. Sorry,
go ahead, Kurt.
He'd beat W. Bush in being the funniest, the most hilarious. Like right now, he's doing
especially at 86 or whatever he's going to be.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to finish that term. Like, on the very off chance that he won, you're getting President Harris.
Right. Well, then it's definitely the funniest.
That at least will be good for our business.
Should have a show called On the Spot.
That will be the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, On the Spot with Kamala Harris. Just, I didn't realize I was supposed to speak about anything. Let me make something up. We should do what we have done.
America, World War III has begun.
A friend in need.
Come see us do a live stand-up show. We'll be in Venice, California, Palmdale, California, Omaha, Des Moines, Milwaukee, Lansing, Bend, Oregon, Portland, Oregon.
Speak of the devil, literally, depending on who you ask. So Zelensky has revealed a plan B. Moose and Squirrel have plan B to keep war going. To keep fighting Russia as U.S.-led economic and military aid gets exhausted.
Step 1, do a line.
Step 2, bring Tatiana in here. President Volodymyr Zelensky, the man, may be finding it harder these days to convince the American and Western European lawmakers to provide Ukraine with more and more economic and military aid, but his plan B of seeking their help in rebuilding Ukraine's once impressive defense industrial base seems to have many takers. Really? There's no shortage of scumbag arms manufacturers that want to take their money? I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. Having significantly depleted their stockpiles to provide for Ukraine to fight Russia, the United States and its NATO partners, such as France and Germany, are finding it difficult to meet Ukraine's increasing demands for more arms and ammunition. Besides, their leaders, particularly U.S. President Joe Biden, are facing political hurdles at home in fulfilling Ukraine's never-ending wish list. Zelensky seems to have realized this harsh reality. So now he has what he says is his plan B. In his latest interview with The Economist magazine, he talked of Ukraine's own strength. While he is still positive that America will, in the end, provide military aid, Ukraine, I wouldn't bet on that number on the roulette wheel, my friend. Ukraine, he says, is also building up its own production in case Western supplies fall short. As part of this plan B, he is asking the American government to provide licenses to Ukraine to produce weapons ranging from artillery systems and missiles to air defense, the magazine reveals. Okay, so on a total scumbag level, that's not a bad play. He does seem to understand how corrupt the West is. So he's making them an offer they can't refuse. Go in there and make lots of money manufacturing arms in a country where labor is cheap. It sounds like that's what the play is here.
But who's going to make it? Ukrainians? Like where?
No. It sounds like basically he's floating this to Western arms manufacturers. Hey, you guys want to come in and make the weapons? You can make the weapons.
What are they going to do when Russia blows them up? And won't that draw us into a larger war with Russia?
These people don't look past the quarter. They don't look past the stock price at the end of the session that day. It may be noted that when Ukraine became an independent country after the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, it had inherited nearly 30% of the Soviet defense industry. Of course, before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Zelensky had made efforts to reform the country's defense industry, which was dependent on outdated technology and faced a great paucity of skilled manpower.
Utterly, so it's the most corrupt.
Pedal stationary, bike faster. Besides, as with other industries and institutions, Ukraine's notoriety for pervasive corruption and political interference has not helped. Zelensky's job in restructuring the state-owned defense conglomerate Ukroboronprom, well, that's their problem right there. They got to change that name. That sounds like an IUD. With business-friendly rules and their implementation with transparency remains incomplete. And the quality of its even low technology products is so poor that these are rejected by the frontline soldiers.
Oh, yeah. It's too bad they gave up their nukes. Remember how they were bemoaning that? They agreed to give up nuclear. Thank God.
Yes. However, there have been some positive changes from the Ukrainian point of view since the start of Russia's invasion. Some private citizens, through volunteer groups, startups, or small companies, have come forward to use their entrepreneurial and creative spirit to develop essential tools and devices for the armed forces, such as mortar and artillery ammunition, drones, armored vehicles, and missiles. Listen, Nikolai, I know I bought you toy truck, but need to turn it into mortar. Reportedly, over 60 companies have already signed an agreement to become a part of what is called, this is the play, the Alliance of Defense Industries of Ukraine. These
awesome.
companies are mostly from the US, the UK, France, Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, and Turkey.
Wow.
See, here's what I'm saying. It's not a bad play in the position that he's in. It's a bad play for a different reason, which I'm going to get into. But he's playing on the greed of these Western arms manufacturers to come in and make money off of this with maybe, I mean, if these countries don't want to fund it, they may be willing to take the gamble of taking an IOU and assuming because of the control that they have back home over their governments, that in the end, they'll be able to leverage them to give them the money. That sounds like it's the play here. And here you go. The Biden administration seems to support this plan wholeheartedly. We're beginning to pivot to rebuilding or building an industrial base inside Ukraine. William LaPlante, Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, had said in November last year in a press interview. But here's the problem that I was
Does it
getting
make people?
to.
Does the factory make young soldiers?
Unfortunately, we're still a generation away from making a Terminator.
So
they still
and they
need
control them with
people.
joysticks because you need these boomers to be able to figure out how to work.
So who's going to use the weapons? It doesn't seem like anyone's thinking that part through.
Immigrants.
Well, you may be right.
How'd you work this?
Ukraine's
It won't
frontline
turn on.
troops are getting older.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, physically, I can't handle this. That's a quote.
Wait, have you seen the $300 old man masks that young guys in Ukraine have to try to look too old for the military?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, look it up. It's hilarious.
That's a story for Wednesday, it sounds like. Corruption and fear are hindering effort to rebuild army. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. All right, so this is a classic here for any. Whoops.
Oh, what happened?
For anyone who has not seen this. So this is a little USO performance for the Ukrainian troops. Now, notice the age of the men in this room and their enthusiasm for what I assume is some kind of a patriotic
Look
song.
older than me. The one guy was not talking to it.
Yeah, these guys are very happy to be there. Yeah, war seems like a good idea until you're actually in it.
Look at the guy on his phone. Oh my God.
Yeah, so
they just saw the Marvels.
They
he's already tweeting.
I was honestly very disappointed because if Max had been enthusiastic and actually known what the MCU was,
he knows what it is.
Fuck Gaza, man. We just would have covered that.
Yeah.
But,
I thought we were done. I thought that interview was going to end right there from the look on his face.
Yeah.
I said to myself, this is now a show without a host for a host without a show.
Okay, so I mean, this is just, I mean, this says it all. Okay, so you have these greedy arms manufacturers willing to go into this country and rebuild their Soviet era backward factories, from what the article said. These are these 1980s
took over
era factories. Even low level technology, the soldiers would rather fight with a broken tin can than fight with what they're providing. So they're going to come in, retool these. So who's paying for it? Because the problem is these governments won't pay for it. They're assuming the political cycle will change once they go in there, plus all the politicians they own. We'll do it on an IOU. We'll do it on spec. We'll get the money back later. But there's no fucking people to fight. They're running out of people to fight.
Well, once we get these Venezuelan and Chinese adult military-age men over the border, get them on a boat and send them to go help Ukraine. And then send the rest to Israel.
I think the arms companies are assuming in the end Russia isn't going to be able to take the country, because then NATO would get involved if they actually got up to the borders of Poland.
Well, yeah.
So we'll be good. We'll build these factories.
Still got those missiles.
And then we'll get our governments to support these factories as a bulwark against Russia. And they might not be wrong. But in the end, the idea that you're going to go in, retool these factories, which is not something you can do in a month. That's going to take some time.
Or they're going to
by that time, this is going to be over.
Yeah.
But then they're in there. That's why they're agreeing to.
They talked about this before with England was going to go in and start making, I don't know what they needed, bullets or shells.
Right.
And I remember this is maybe it's like a few months ago, and it was scary. Like, Russia's not going to let them start building weapons. They're going to hit it with some kind of missile. And then, you killed.
And then NATO's in
yeah.
it. I mean, hopefully you're wrong about that. What do you think, Keaton?
I mean, the Zelensky story is just, it's just incredible. He's like 98 degrees right before In Sync came out. You kind of forget he's there. That's the way I feel about it. It's just hard to research at this point. It's hard to keep fresh in your mind. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, my prediction scorecard last year was a mixed bag, so I don't know if I could say.
Come see us.
Let me play one clip because this happened recently. We had to get another insider. I've lost track of how many people now have admitted that there was a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine in early April 2022 that could have shut this whole war down, prevented all these tens of thousands of deaths that have ensued since. But this Russia-Ukraine peace deal was blocked by the U.S. And here is a Ukrainian ambassador who was part of the Ukrainian delegation. He was there in Istanbul. And in his telling, Putin went out of his way to make peace. And they signed an agreement. They had a deal in Turkey. But that's when, as we all know now, Boris Johnson came over to Kyiv and told Zelensky to keep fighting. And this ambassador's name is Alexander Chalyi. I can't pronounce it. I apologize to Ukrainian speakers. But here he is becoming the latest person to admit that there was indeed a peace deal in Turkey, which was blocked.
I was in that moment in the group of Ukrainian negotiators. We negotiate with Russian delegation practically 2 months, in March and April, the possible peaceful settlement agreement between Ukraine and Russia. And we, as you remember, concluded so-called Istanbul communique. And we were very close in the middle of April, in the end of April, to finalize our war with some peaceful settlement. For some reasons, it was postponed. But to my mind, Putin, this is my personal view, Putin in 1 week after started his aggression in 24 February last year, very quickly understood he did mistake and tried to do everything possible to conclude agreement with Ukraine. And it was his personal decision to accept the text of this communique, which totally far away from the initial proposal of Russia, ultimatum proposal of Russia, which they put before the Ukrainian delegation in Minsk. So we managed to find a very real compromise. So Putin really wanted to reach some peaceful settlement with Ukraine. It's very important to remember.
Okay. So how many times did he say there Putin really wanted to reach a peace deal? He did everything possible. And then he says very briefly that for some reasons it was postponed, or he doesn't detail that part, but we know what happened there. That's when, as I said before, Boris Johnson came over and told Kyiv that we're not going to back you up on this, that to sign this deal, Ukraine needed security guarantees from the US and the UK. And Zelensky was told by Boris Johnson, no, we're not going to give you that. You have to keep fighting Putin. And because Zelensky followed Boris Johnson's orders, that's when Ukraine got this massive new influx of NATO weaponry, tens of billions of dollars. You know, those big packages that everybody in Congress on the Democratic side voted for, including the squad, to reward Zelensky for his obedience in blocking this peace deal, in which this Ukrainian diplomat admits Putin did everything possible to make peace. And the U.S. did everything possible to prolong this war because their only goal was not to defend Ukraine. It was to bleed Russia. And it newly calls into question all the statements from Antony Blinken, who said that there's no meaningful evidence of that Russia wants diplomacy. Well, this is more meaningful evidence that we've just seen right now from a Ukrainian official who was there. And the New York Times recently came out with more, saying that Putin has been floating the idea of a ceasefire since September 2022. And all throughout that time, the policy has been the same. Just keep sacrificing Ukrainians as cannon fodder to bleed Russia.
And what we've been seeing from the Ukrainians is in their messaging kind of threats against the U.S. If you do not authorize more aid, I mean, this was Zelensky's message when he last arrived in Washington, authorize more aid, give us more weapons, or we will attack deeper into Russia and escalate. And so these attacks that we saw in Belgorod on a family Christmas festival with MLRS rockets, which are less precise than Russia's Kinzhal missiles, for example, in which they attacked civilians deliberately in the center of a Russian city, was an attempt to drag the US back in. And what happened? It led to a massive escalation by Russia against military targets inside Ukrainian cities. And the US continues to back away. The US is being, and Russia's demonstrating that their arsenal is full,
probably hit,
and that they can hit back hard and escalate. And after the failed counteroffensive, I don't see how Ukraine can escalate to the point where there will be World War III unless they do something even more dramatic than they're doing, because at the same time, Russia is still practicing escalation management with these strikes. I mean, they're not going to just send their entire military into Kyiv, but they are. It looks like they're starting an offensive of their own. So I think right now the more imminent threat. I mean, I think we've been in World War III for some time, and Syria was sort of the beginning. If you consider that all the forces at play inside Syria, it was at least a preview. And World War III will not play out the way World War II did. But the more imminent threat right now is a regional war, which Israel has every intention of instigating.
The fact that Russia began using the latest modifications of geranium kamikaze drones in the Special Military Operations Zone became known in early January 2024. Let me remind you that on January 2nd, photos of the wreckage of the Russian kamikaze drone Geranium-3 appeared on the network, which was significantly different from its predecessors. In particular, this drone had a more streamlined body and an air intake of an engine with a jet turbine. Even then, it became clear that Russia had started using completely new kamikaze drones with a jet engine. At the same time, it is worth noting that it is still unknown exactly how the wreckage of the latest drone ended up at the disposal of the Ukrainian military. It is still unknown whether this drone was shot down or it still reached its target and destroyed it. After this incident, an American military expert from the military web resource, The War Zone, Joseph Trevithick, wrote a whole article on the new Russian jet-powered kamikaze drone. According to him, the Geranium-3, or Shahed 238, is an Iranian jet drone that was created with the help of Russian technologies. At the same time, it is worth noting that the Russian military department has never kept secret the information that the Russian army will soon begin using completely new modifications of geranium kamikaze drones in the zone of a special military operation. Let me remind you that back in November last year, a well-known Russian military expert, former head of the Federal Directorate of Aerospace Search and Rescue, retired Major General Vladimir Popov, announced that the Russian army would soon receive the latest Geranium-3 kamikaze drones. He also said that the latest drone has a speed of 800 kilometers per hour and can cover a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, the new configuration of the drone, combined with a powerful jet engine, allows it to carry heavy warheads of special power. Thus, it becomes clear that the latest Russian jet-powered kamikaze drone practically does not differ from cruise missiles in its efficiency and destructive power, but at the same time, it is much cheaper and easy to manufacture. Studying the implications of the latest Russian drones, American military expert Joseph Trevithick did not hide his amazement. According to him, the latest Russian kamikaze drones have become a real headache for air defense operators. Thanks to the new jet engine and a special black coating, the radar cross-section of the drone has been significantly reduced. Now, these drones are very difficult to detect on radars. And because of this, the Ukrainian High Military Command is forced to create mobile groups, consisting of 5-10 people. These people are located in different parts of the country and with the help of tablets record the appearance of drones in the sky, and also closely monitor Telegram channels, where ordinary witnesses publish messages about flying Russian kamikaze drones. All this helps the Ukrainian military at least somehow track the flight path of Russian kamikaze drones. However, judging by the burning military facilities and factories on the territory of Ukraine, it becomes clear that this method of counteraction is not so effective. Even American experts from the Institute for the Study of War, who have repeatedly been accused of a prejudiced attitude toward the current conflict, were forced to admit that since January 2024, the percentage of Russian drones that could not bring down by Ukrainian air defense has increased dramatically. Meanwhile, on the night of January 10th, Russia launched another missile attack on enemy military infrastructure and facilities. This time, only the Kharkiv region and the city of Kharkiv itself were targeted. Numerous explosions have been reported in and around the city. According to the mayor of Kharkiv, Igor Terekov, Russia carried out missile strikes on Kharkiv throughout the night. At the same time, he stressed that most of the strikes were carried out using modified surface-to-surface missiles for S-300 systems. In addition, the latest jet-powered Uranium-3 kamikaze drones also took part in this missile attack. According to preliminary data, about 100 drones were involved in this missile attack. And judging by the results of today's attack, they quite successfully coped with their task. It is reported that the Kharkiv aircraft factory, which produced cruise missiles and projectiles, was critically damaged. Moreover, in the area of the Kharkiv-Severny airfield, 3 NATO warehouses were also destroyed, in which shells for Western self-propelled guns were stored, as well as 2 Czech RM-70 Vampire multiple-launch rocket systems, which were used during the attack on Belgorod. Military experts note that the new Russian kamikaze drones not only became stealthy, but also received infrared electron-optical seekers, along with an active radar homing system, which allowed the Russian army to destroy even moving targets in any weather. At the same time, it is worth noting that Russian engineers are constantly working to improve the characteristics of this drone, based on the realities of the current conflict. And already this year, the birth of a new modification of this deadly drone is expected.
Inequality globally is getting worse over time, not better. Oxfam, the international humanitarian organization, published a report that found that the richest 1% of the world took 2/3 of global wealth since 2020, twice as much as earned by 99% of the population. And if you look at the economic gap between poor countries, emerging and developing countries concentrated in the global south, and the rich colonial countries in the global north, if you remove China from the data, that you can see that in the past 20 years, there basically has been no change in the economic gap between rich and poor countries. When you add China to that gap, you can see that it looks like inequality globally is getting better over time. But that's because China has a different economic model. And that brings us to the kind of new Cold War and the aggressive trade war and tech war policies that the US has been waging against China. First, I want to talk about the expansion of the BRICS bloc, which consists of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. In a summit in South Africa in August, the BRICS officially invited 6 new countries to join what will now be the extended BRICS Plus bloc. Those included Ethiopia, Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Argentina. However, in Argentina, a far-right president came to power, Javier Milei, and he announced that Argentina will not be joining BRICS. He is very pro-US and pro-Israel and has taken a very anti-China position and is trying to dollarize his country when many countries are seeking the opposite, de-dollarization. We saw a clear example of this with the BRICS Bank, which is officially known as the New Development Bank. This was created as an alternative to the US-dominated World Bank. And in 2023, the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank, expanded and added new members, including Argentina, Saudi Arabia, and Zimbabwe, although it's likely that Argentina is going to leave this as well. And under the leadership of the new president of the New Development Bank, who is the former left-wing president of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff, she also announced that the BRICS Bank is de-dollarizing and is trying to give out more lending in local currencies of the members of the BRICS Bank. In a report that I did analyzing the expansion of the BRICS, I explained how the BRICS is encouraging local trade bilateral trade between members in local currencies. So China and Russia are trading in the Chinese yuan and Russian ruble. Russia and India are trading using the Russian ruble and the Indian rupee. China and Brazil have de-dollarized their trade and are trading in the Chinese yuan and the Brazilian real. And also at the same time, the BRICS increasingly represents a larger share of the world economy. Without Argentina, it's still going to represent about 37% of world GDP measured at purchasing power parity. And even more importantly, in some ways, the BRICS represents 40% of world global oil production now as it's expanding, and roughly 1/3 of world gas production. So these countries now in BRICS, especially now that it includes Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, they have the serious potential to challenge the hegemony of the US petrodollar system. Developments like these are why the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, she acknowledged that the world is becoming more multipolar. She said the tectonic plates of geopolitics are shifting faster, and she acknowledged that the dominance of the US dollar is gradually declining. As CNBC put it, calls to move away from the US dollar are growing, although it did acknowledge that the greenback is still king. Yes, the dollar is powerful, but it's not all powerful. And a former economist for the White House Council of Economic Advisors published an article in Foreign Policy magazine warning that if BRICS creates a currency for trade, now it's not going to be a currency that all of the countries adopt locally, but if BRICS create some kind of international unit of account that they can use to settle international trade, he warned in Foreign Policy magazine that a BRICS currency could shake the dollar's dominance. And by the way, this is exactly what Brazil's left-wing president Lula da Silva has called for. He wants to create a BRICS currency and a Latin American regional currency, a unit of account, in order to facilitate regional trade and investment to challenge the hegemony of the US dollar. Many countries are dropping the dollar in their international trade, including China, Russia, Brazil, India, also countries in Southeast Asia, in the ASEAN, Kenya, even the Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which are longtime US allies. That doesn't mean that the hegemony of the dollar is going to disappear overnight, but they're de-dollarizing in particular a lot of their international trade. Well, at the same time, to be fair, the dollar is still dominant in international reserves and in particular in investment. But things are changing there as well. The International Monetary Fund, which is dominated by the US, the IMF also acknowledged in 2023 that the dollar share in global central bank foreign exchange reserves has been declining, and there has been an increase in the holdings of other currencies like the Chinese renminbi and also the Japanese yen. The IMF estimated that the dollar represents now 59% of global central bank reserves. That's probably a very conservative estimate. In fact, the prominent economist Stephen Jen, who previously worked at Morgan Stanley and was an expert on currency trading, he estimated in 2023 that the dollar suffered a stunning collapse in the previous year, and the share of global reserves, when you adjust for exchange issues, the different exchange rates, he estimated that the share of the dollar in global reserves is actually only 47%, less than half of world central bank foreign exchange reserves. Western media outlets and governments have been quite funny on this issue because they'll often claim one day that, oh, well, de-dollarization is exaggerated. It's not something you should worry about. But then at the same time, if you follow closely, as I did in 2023, you can see important events. Like, for instance, the US Congress held a special hearing discussing de-dollarization and the decline of the exorbitant privilege of the US dollar. I reported on that over at geopoliticaleconomy.com. Now, one of the reasons that so many countries around the world are de-dollarizing and seeking alternatives to the US currency is because the US has increasingly used its currency as a geopolitical weapon. And today, more than 1/4 of the world population lives in countries that have been sanctioned by the United States illegally, unilaterally, and they represent 1/3 of world GDP. And this was admitted even by the US Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, who did an interview on CNN in which she acknowledged that constant US sanctions and weaponization of the dollar, quote, could undermine the hegemony of the dollar. Those are her words. She acknowledged that the dollar is hegemonic and that sanctions are undermining that. A big wake-up call for countries around the world was when the Western powers seized $300 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves held by the Russian central bank in foreign bank accounts. And in 2023, the US has been pushing to steal those $300 billion from Russia, from the Russian people, and to use that money to fund Ukraine to wage the proxy war against Russia. This attempt to use stolen Russian reserves to fund Ukraine has frightened a lot of countries, including longtime Western allies, because they're concerned they could be next. The US and European countries also seized the foreign exchange reserves of Venezuela, including more than $1 billion of Venezuelan gold held in the Bank of England. The US also seized the foreign exchange reserves of the Afghan central bank, which is unleashing an economic crisis in Afghanistan and potentially a famine. And the US seized the foreign exchange reserves of Iran's central bank. So many countries are saying, well, if we hold dollars, those dollars can be seized if we carry out a political policy that Washington doesn't like. So we should gradually, over time, de-dollarize and hold alternative currencies and other commodities in our reserves. One of those commodities is gold. And the Wall Street Journal reported in 2023, quote, central banks look to increase gold reserves as geopolitical worries mount. And by geopolitical worries, they mean the possibility of the US and Europe stealing any US dollar or euro denominated assets held by foreign central banks. Now, on the issue of central banks, another very important issue in 2023 was inflation. Inflation also was a big issue in 2022, but in 2023, the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, took an extraordinary measure and it increased interest rates at the fastest pace since the famous Volcker shock of the early 1980s. And this came after 15 years of very low, almost zero interest rates. And this had severe economic consequences, not only in the US, but around the world. Now, when the US raises interest rates, it has an impact on the entire world economy precisely because of the hegemony of the US dollar. The dollar is still the most commonly used currency in international trade and investment. It's the most held currency in foreign exchange reserves, despite its decline in its dominance over time. And this has, led to the discussions of the exorbitant privilege of the US. The US is the only country that can print its currency, the dollar, and therefore it can print that currency to maintain a massive current account deficit, a massive trade deficit with the rest of the world, importing energy and commodities and technologies. And this is why economists have a phrase they like to say: when the US sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. And the United Nations published an important report in 2023 titled "A World of Debt, a Growing Burden to Global Prosperity." This report acknowledged that developing countries have been hard hit by exogenous crises, the geopolitical conflicts around the world, and this has made it very difficult for many of these countries to service their US dollar denominated debt because they cannot print the dollar. And as interest rates rose in the US, it made it more difficult for them to get dollars. And the exchange rate of the currencies of many of these countries was hit quite hard because their currencies depreciated against the US dollar, which made it even more difficult to pay off their dollar-denominated debt. And it made it very expensive to import needed commodities like energy, like oil and gas, or food. And especially food became more expensive because Ukraine and Russia are some of the world's largest producers of wheat and corn. Meanwhile, the UN report pointed out that many developing countries were pressured to take on debt from capital markets, and especially by US-dominated so-called multilateral organizations like the IMF and the World Bank. They encouraged these developing countries to take on debt by selling sovereign bonds in international capital markets. And as those dollars as the US Federal Reserve has raised interest rates and those dollars have become more expensive to get access to, these countries are facing severe debt crises. And there were defaults on sovereign debt by numerous countries in Africa, including Zambia, Ghana, and Ethiopia. There are a lot of warnings that Egypt may soon default on its debt, and Argentina has been also constantly at threat of defaulting on its dollar-denominated debt. And this is another reason why, for developing countries, it is very expensive to take on debt that they need in order to create infrastructure projects and invest in education and healthcare for their people, and to decarbonize their economies and move toward green energy. And the UN acknowledged in its report that Western countries can consistently borrow at much lower rates than poor countries that need debt, that need financing the most. This has led many prominent development economists like Jomo Kwame Sundaram, who worked at the United Nations for a long time. They warned in 2023 that there are probably going to be many debt crises across the global south. This is why in 2023, so many countries in the global south were calling for a new international economic order, reviving these calls from the peak of the anti-colonial national liberation struggles in the 60s and 70s. And we saw a clear example of this with the summit of the G77, the group of 77 that was held in Cuba in September. And at this summit, there were not just 77 countries. It's called the G77 because that's how many countries there were when it was founded. But today there are 134 countries in the G77, and China is an observer. So together they represent the vast majority of the world population. And at the summit, they called for a new global order. They called for changing the rules of the game and creating new economic policies and institutions so countries are not constantly trapped in debt owed in US dollars to the former colonial countries that colonized them. This is why, once again, as I talked about earlier, the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, acknowledged that the world is becoming more multipolar. I think that's probably the most important takeaway of 2023, an increasingly multipolar world. And many countries in the global south are refusing to simply subordinate their economies to the rich Western countries. And I want to briefly talk about Brazil, which is the 7th most populous country on earth and extremely important, increasingly politically. At the beginning of the year, Brazil's former far-right leader, Jair Bolsonaro, who was closely allied with the US, he fled to Florida, and he spent some time living in Florida while the new leftist president, Lula da Silva, came back to power. However, despite the fact that Lula won a free and fair democratic election, he was not immediately allowed to come right back to power peacefully because Bolsonaro's far-right supporters launched a violent coup attempt in January of 2023, and that coup attempt failed, but there were numerous people in the Brazilian military who were involved in the coup attempt. And almost immediately after he came back to power, Lula turned up the heat and he returned Brazil back to a non-aligned foreign policy, a global south-oriented foreign policy, and Lula gave multiple speeches in which he called for the end to the dominance of the US dollar. Then in April, Lula took a historic trip to China and he met with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and they signed numerous political and economic agreements. This was very important because Lula had also taken a trip to the US, but he only visited the US for 1 day, whereas he visited China for 4 days. And in the US, Lula did not sign any agreements. In China, he signed dozens of agreements, and Lula also visited the headquarters of the BRICS Bank, which I mentioned earlier, the New Development Bank, which is based in Shanghai. And the NDB, the New Development Bank, is now led by Lula's ally, the former leftist Brazilian president Dilma Rousseff. And in a fiery speech at the headquarters of the BRICS Bank, Lula called for an end to US dollar dominance, and he called for de-dollarization. This has been a popular refrain during Lula's term. He has repeatedly called for de-dollarization, and he also called for South America to create its own currency to do trade between countries in Latin America so they're not dependent on the US dollar. And therefore, by the way, so they can't simply be sanctioned by the United States like Venezuela was.
OAT Action 7 News.
Hundreds of documents were concealed in a civil suit against Jeffrey Epstein. He was the billionaire who had a mansion here in New Mexico and was accused of trafficking underage girls before he killed himself in jail.
For the past several days, Target 7 has been combing through those documents, and tonight we uncover some of the secrets inside the mansion. Here's John Cardinale.
Last week, more than 160 documents were unsealed. Some of them had hundreds of pages. In them, our team found that New Mexico and the mansion were mentioned more than 24 times as being a place where some horrific acts were occurring. This was Jeffrey Epstein's mansion before it was recently sold for an undisclosed amount. Nestled in rural Santa Fe County, the Zorro Ranch shows the beautiful landscapes of New Mexico. But what is said to occur in these recently unsealed documents is far from beautiful. This is how our elected leaders have characterized it in the past.
There was questionable conduct on that ranch.
It's just, kind of a disgusting realization about what occurred in that building.
More than 900 pages of documents released last week describing some of those disgusting details that occurred here. They are a part of a civil suit by this woman, Virginia Giuffre, against Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell, a longtime acquaintance of Epstein, is currently serving prison time for child sex trafficking.
It is information that had been kept sealed for a long time.
In these documents, Giuffre says she was recruited at the age of 16 to give what was called massages inside Epstein's estate to the rich and powerful. These massages are alleged in the documents to include nudity, sex acts, and sex toys. The documents include depositions taken from Giuffre and other women who gave massages. They allege that Epstein himself was getting them 3 times a day with 3 different women inside the ranch.
There are allegations by these women that a lot of activity took place not only at Epstein's private island in the Caribbean, but also at the New Mexico ranch.
And he would have some of the women give massages to some of his guests. In the documents, one woman said she stayed here as a sex slave starting at age 15. At another point, Jeffrey said nude photos were taken of her, and she met a president of a foreign country here in New Mexico. His name was still sealed, and one woman alleged she was forced to have sex with prominent people.
New Mexico plays a prominent role in the Epstein story because of the relationship with former Governor Richardson, 2, with the fact that Epstein had this large, opulent ranch in southern Santa Fe County that apparently he visited a lot of times with a lot of the people named in these documents.
One of the people who were reported to have stayed here was world-renowned attorney and Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. He has denied in court filings of ever having any sexual relations with underage girls. Many others are named in the documents, also denying the accusations. They include former Governor Bill Richardson, former President Bill Clinton, and Prince Andrew. While some are accused of getting massages, there's no direct accusations of criminal activity with underage girls.
It's definitely a list that these people wish they weren't on.
The documents detail how some people were flown into the ranch on a small plane using this landing strip. KOAT legal expert John Day says more details are likely to come out in the years to come. There are 8 other civil suits that have been filed by alleged victims.
And the New Mexico connection to Jeffrey Epstein is continuing. The more names that come out, the more documents that are released. I think we'll see a lot more references to New Mexico.
Target 7 combed through the documents and found about 27 references to New Mexico. In Maxwell's subpoenaed emails alone, she mentions the state 64 times. More documents are expected to be released, and we're continuing to search through them to find more connections to the land of enchantment. For Target 7, I'm John Cardinelli.
With him will destroy everything. And I mean everything, because everybody has a hand in Jeffrey Epstein's pocket. Everybody. Everybody in politics, in the movies, they all have had dealings with this man. Did Megyn Kelly say what I thought she just said? Maybe I'm tripping and I'm hearing things. That can't possibly be what she just said. You decide for yourself. Listen up.
And we're not done with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you that for a fact. Can't tell you how I know, but I can tell you for a fact we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein in the coming year. And you may be even hearing from him directly. More on that as I'm allowed to tell you.
We are going to be hearing from Epstein, maybe by himself. Okay, look, okay. So let's recap some things about the Epstein guy. He went to prison. That's what they say. And he was in his cell, and it just so happened that nobody else was in there, and not even cameras was working, no security guard, and he just decided to off himself with the bed sheets and hang himself. Okay, he wasn't a short kid. He was a fairly tall guy, and I've never been to jail, but from what I've seen, I don't think the bunks are that tall. But I digress. So if Megyn is saying that we're going to be hearing a lot more about and from, what did she mean? Is he alive? Is she saying that Epstein is alive? Let's run down 2 different roads, shall we? Let's say that he is. Then the bombshell that she's going to come with an interview with him will destroy everything. And I mean everything, because everybody has a hand in Jeffrey Epstein's pocket. Everybody. Everybody in politics, in the movies, they all have had dealings with this man. If he is still alive and Megyn Kelly somehow has him as a trump card, no pun intended, in his back pocket, you know what kind of mess that could put a whole lot of people in? Now, that's less plausible to me, and here's why. There are way too many powers that be that would allow Megyn Kelly or anyone else to get close enough to Epstein, if he's alive, to interview him. Look, you want to see bodies pile up? That'd be the way to do it. Say I have an interview with Epstein coming up, or say he's still alive and I have a way to prove it. I do not believe that this is going to be something along those lines where she's going to say, hey, he ain't dead. And here's the proof. We sat down with him. The second road is this, that before he died, they had an interview with Epstein, either while he was in prison or while he was waiting to be sent to prison. I could easily see that Megyn Kelly has tapes of him talking long before he died in prison. I am not saying that Jeffrey Epstein is alive or dead, but if he is alive, there's no way you're going to get him to talk. And if he is dead, he didn't do it himself. So if he had an interview with Megyn Kelly before this all kicked off, that would make the most sense, because he would have been one of the less seen individuals on the public spectrum. Although he was known of, he was not seen a whole lot. That would be another big bombshell interview, depending on what she asks, of course, because you know how they always get in front of these people who can give you a big interview and they ask some of the most ridiculous, soft, pointless questions ever. I don't watch Megyn enough to know whether she can throw a hard ball at somebody. I don't know. Heck, I don't know anybody but Tucker that would be willing to ask some of the most difficult questions out there. So I can't say. I can't trust Megyn for that because I don't know. But I also don't think that she's doing this because she has an interview with Epstein that's current. I do believe that the man is gone, kind of, at least from the public light. So let me, in fact, you know what? I'll let you into my brain. It's a little scattered in there, but join me. If I got to be confused, y'all got to be too. It is not far-fetched for me to think that they staged his death. Okay? I can't say that it would be impossible to do that. But I also can't say that it wasn't something that they did to protect themselves. They could have done it both ways. They could have pretended he's dead and keep the circle going, or they could kill him and keep the circle going without him, and it's one less liability because he don't come out of the woodworks to talk about them. The elite could do that easily. I gravitate more to him being ended as opposed to him killing himself, and I can see that Megyn having that interview before he died in prison. I can see that. Now, what he says, don't know. It depends on the questions. Now, if Too Strong had interviewed Jeffrey Epstein, trust me and believe me, y'all would have had names by now. Y'all would have had, look, Hollywood be a thing of the past. Every government person that had a hand, they would all be retired if Too Strong ever had that interview. But we don't. Megyn does. Is it going to be big? Don't know. But she knows how to draw you in. You might be hearing from Epstein this year himself. Will we, though? I don't know. There's a lot to see. There's a lot to know, a lot to learn, a lot to figure out. But I see the two roads that this could possibly go. He's alive and is talking to her. He's dead and he did talk to her. And in either case, we might be seeing some information coming forward from Jeffrey himself about certain things that happened while he was doing his thing. He may name names, or he might be like somebody else that we know that don't drop names at all. And it could be the most pointless interview ever seen by anybody of the most prolific child molester out there. But time will tell on that one. I'll give Megyn the benefit of the doubt for now, that maybe she has this groundbreaking interview that she did and everything will be solved in one interview. Highly doubt that. But in case it does, thank you, Megyn. And if it doesn't, I figured it wouldn't. So time will tell. We're here for it. And when it does happen, we might cover it.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Our quest continues, our quest being to deliver all the news that the viewers need to hear about to them every morning of every day until we depart this good earth.
That long, Robbie. That long.
You're in it for the long haul, Brianna. What are we talking about today?
All right. Well, Robbie, another batch of Epstein documents are out. Here's what you need to know. Newly unsealed deposition records from 2016 reveal Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre told prosecutors that she was paid $15,000 to have sex with Prince Andrew in the 1990s. Giuffre also claimed she recalled at least 2 occasions where former President Bill Clinton visited Epstein's island and dined with young women. She could not confirm any sexual abuse on Clinton's part. However, when asked whether the former president was a witness to the sexual abuse of minors, Ms. Giuffre said, yes, he would be a witness because he knew what my purpose there was for Jeffrey, and he visited Jeffrey's island. She added, there's pictures of nude girls all around the house at all of his houses, and it's something that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't shy about admitting to people. Giuffre also reported seeing Donald Trump at Epstein properties, but again, did not accuse him of abuse.
Giuffre did name other names as well. She said she was trafficked, made to have sex with former Victoria's Secret CEO Lex Wexner more than 5 times. She also said that she was made to have sex with at least 2 American politicians, including former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson and former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell. She also named American businessman Glenn Dubin and former modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, and one other person whose name is still redacted in these documents, interestingly enough. Meanwhile, Epstein's brother, Mark, got into it with Leland Vittert on News Nation last night. Let's watch.
There's very few people who knew him the way you did. And you hear all these allegations that he was providing women, some of age, some not of age, to other men to compromise them. There's allegations of videotapes that have been recanted on and on and on. But does all that surprise you? Or you hear about that and you kind of go, gee, there was always something about him that as a brother, you go, that kind of makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense to me. I think he was just, like you said, he was just having a good time. Jeffrey liked to have a good time. And unfortunately, he chose to do it with
hold on. There's a big difference, though, between having...
I wasn't there. So you're asking me to speculate, and I really don't want to speculate because I wasn't there.
Okay. And look, I wouldn't want to know this. I don't have a brother, but I wouldn't want to know this about anybody I loved. I mean, the allegations are frankly revolting when you hear about what your brother is accused of doing. On a personal level, I know this would be hard to hear about a family member. So I appreciate you being willing to discuss it with us. And like you, I think there's a lot of people who want more answers.
So many of these, names that we're seeing are names we've heard before. We've heard Bill Richardson before. Obviously, Jean-Luc Brunel is someone who I believe also died of suicide in prison. And these other people, names we've heard. You can read in the filings where the witness Virginia Giuffre, is going through how many times it was. Has difficulty remembering exactly when it was and exactly what age she was at the time, but says that Bill Clinton would have been aware of what was going on, though did not specifically witness it. Again, says Donald Trump there at times, although there was no sexual activity with him. So a lot of what we've already heard, there is this redaction still in here, which is pretty remarkable because this is someone who she has accused, according to this filing, of sexual misconduct, like not just being a witness or being around or something, but actually engaging in illegal sexual activity with her.
Yeah, look, on some level, this is getting incredible to have to parse in this way, knowing what we already know about Epstein. And I think that interview with Epstein's brother really foregrounds how we're all kind of tiptoeing around the obvious. Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of procuring children for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute back in 2008. He was a convicted sex offender for well over a decade before he ended up in jail, most recently where he died. So that combined with testimony like Giuffre's, where she's talking about how there were pictures of nude women all over his houses, that he wasn't shy about talking about his predilections, and the amount of time and the frequency with which these high-profile figures, whether it's Bill Clinton or Donald Trump, were at those properties and in proximity with Epstein, the way it's being discussed, it feels as though everyone should have known, especially given that people were continuing these relationships long after the point in time in which he was already a convicted child sex trafficker. So for the brother to sit there and be like, I don't really know. He's my brother. I wasn't there. You weren't there. You had no proximity and relationship to your brother, who apparently was so open about his habits that he had framed pictures of these women all around his house. You have Donald Trump being famously quoted as having said about Epstein, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side."
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the fact that jokes were told about Harvey Weinstein, like at award ceremonies. Family Guy made a joke about it. Like for years and years, there were jokes about him, and everyone kind of went, "Oh, ha, ha." But they knew. So they knew on some level that what was going on. That's what it reminds me of.
And Melinda Gates separating from Bill Gates in part over her discomfort with their relationship. I mean,
and Bill Gates is frankly one of the worst offenders here in terms of continuing to associate with Epstein long after his criminal behavior was prosecuted, was that he was convicted of, and continuing to have a business relationship with him, continuing to exchange emails. That's also true of these couple officials at Bank of America and in the Virgin Islands, et cetera. So yeah, it continues to be lurid and horrible.
I mean,
it's not just having a good time. I'm glad Leland, of course, jumped on him for saying that, because it's not just having a good time, like you're partying too hard. These were underage girls.
These are girls.
Yeah.
These are girls that were around, and apparently, according to Guifrey, the purpose of their presence was known. Now, it's hard for me to imagine that wouldn't be the case. Why else would a bunch of 60-year-old men have some girl who is not their peer in business, in politics, in life, in any respect, around all of the time? Let's not act Pollyanna. Let's not act like we were born yesterday. So, I mean, the implications of this are interesting, because there is, on some level, even from Guifrey, she's saying, I cannot attest to these powerful people like Trump or Clinton having personally used the quote-unquote services, personally engaged in sex trafficking with these girls, use these girls who have sex trafficked for that purpose, have been sex trafficked for that purpose. However, and so the criminal element, this isn't a conversation about their criminal culpability, at least at this point. But I think that doesn't preclude having a conversation about what this means about society, what it means about the elite culture and the culture of protecting the bad habits and bad actions of the elites among us. If some of the most powerful people in the world, British royal family, who has been accused of actually engaging in these sex acts, are able to do so with a level of impunity that they are openly hanging out with a convicted sex offender for years, without the press, without their other powerful peers, without anybody raising enough of a stink to put an end to
Jeffrey
it.
Epstein himself was able to do it with impunity at some level. He was prosecuted and then got a light sentence and house arrest, and then was able to get right back at it. He was able to lobby the government of the Virgin Islands to change their sex offender laws to make his life less inconvenient.
And
that's remarkable.
And it's worth noting also that he got that sweetheart deal from a prosecutor who ended up being Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor, who had to quietly step down when that came to light. But even that didn't have anywhere close to the level of fanfare that we're now engaging in over speculation about, say, Hunter Biden's business practices. I would argue that this merits at least as much scrutiny.
Yeah, one more thing I wanted to note. Yeah, I've covered a lot of sex crimes cases for young people when they interact with social media. I used to cover just kind of school policies and school disciplinary matters more. And they're really sad, frustrating stories, teens exchanging dirty photos with each other. And if they're, one is 16 and one is 17, it's different in every state. But it can often count as child pornography. And you get these really harsh sentences and sex offender registration for kids who are engaging in, again, not their parent, should be grounded or something, but they're not sex criminals for having interest in people their own age. But they get the book thrown at them. They get their lives wrecked. They get no access to electronics. And these charges stick. They're hard to get around. So the idea that people in that situation have no way out of a totally unfair but just rigidly applied the law the way it's written, they're screwed. but the most powerful people, accused of, and then in Jeffrey Epstein's case, found guilty of disgusting transgressions of the law, it's a minor inconvenience. It's incredible. It's very sad.
Cool, follow me.